Good morning. I want to welcome everybody to this morning's meeting. This is the meeting of the Energy Subcommittee of the House Special Committee on Resource Management. I had to rehearse that. So glad everybody's here with us today. Hopefully we'll have some good discussion today. Before we get started, I'd like to ask for Representative Huddleston if he would offer an invocation for us.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, this thank this day, Lord. Thank for all the great things you do, Lord. Just lead, guide, and direct us each and every day. Allow us to make great decisions for the people of this state. And Lord, if you will, just be with us as we have safe travels back home. And thank you for all things you do. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, David. My name is Victor Anderson. I'm chairing this subcommittee. And what I'd like to do real quickly, if we can, this is the first meeting of this subcommittee. We've had some full committee meetings, and the other subcommittee has had several meetings. So I'm going to start down here with Representative Cannon. If you'd like to give an introduction and just kind of roll down the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Chaz Cannon, I chair the subcommittee on water. We've had 2 meetings so far. I have a third in October. Good to be here and happy to participate.
I'm Don Parsons, representative from North Cobb County and Woodstock and Cherokee County.
David Huddleston, District 72 in West Georgia, which is Carroll, Heard, and Troup counties.
Good morning. I'm Bill Werkheiser, Chair Industry and Labor, and represent Tattnall, Evans, Appling, and Jeff Davis counties.
Brad Thomas, District 21, Cherokee County, and I am the chair of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Carla Drenner, and I represent House District 85, which is in the Central DeKalb area.
Okay, thank you all. Again, I'm Victor Anderson, District 10, Habersham and Rabun counties. This is again, the Energy Subcommittee. So appreciate all the members being here and being willing to participate in this. Just as a brief opening comment, I would like to just make some observations. We are a subcommittee of a full committee, so our role is to make recommendations to the full committee eventually for potential passage of legislation that comes before the body and that sort of thing. However, this is not during session. So we're holding some special hearings now to understand, to learn, and to, in the absence of it being a study committee, to study the subject matter that we're looking at. In this case, it's energy. Energy takes many forms. Today we're going to be talking about primarily electricity. We got 3 of the primary electricity providers in the state of Georgia, as well as a special presentation from Dr. Gaddy from UGA, who probably understands this subject matter more than just about anybody in the state. So today we're focusing on electricity. We're going to have some more meetings later on this fall where we're going to focus on end users, but also alternative energy sources, because there's a lot more that go into fueling our economy than just electricity. The electricity has to come from somewhere, and there are processes that are best served with other sources of energy. As a legislature, we don't generate power. We don't transmit. We don't distribute. We don't sell. We don't even really regulate power in Georgia. What we do, and I've used this many times, so if you've heard it before, kind of give me a little grace on this. To use a sports analogy, we paint the lines and the parameters, and then we set the rules for how the game is played. So my goal with this subcommittee, and I think Chairman Thomas's goal with the full committee, as we've discussed, is to make sure that those lines are in the proper location and the rules are established to help promote growth and to not inhibit growth in the state of Georgia. We want it to be to where 20, 30, 40 years from now, when you flip a switch on, the lights come on. And when you turn a faucet on, the water comes out. That's our goal. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start our presentations today. The kind of the run of show that we're going to follow today. Dr. Gaddy is going to be our first presenter, followed by Georgia Power Company, then Oglethorpe Power, Georgia EMC, and Georgia Transmission Corporation, and then our final presenter will be MEAG and Electric Cities. After each presenter is finished, we'll have Q&A from the committee with that presenter. And then after everything is completed, assuming we have time, if there are public comments, we'll take public comments and try to get everybody who wants to speak today on this matter heard. So with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Gaddy to come to the podium and proceed at your will, sir.
Okay, thank you, Representative Anderson, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here for the committee. Congratulate the committee on making the decision to actually have these hearings and to look at, on this side of things, look at energy in the state of Georgia. It shows a lot of wisdom on y'all's part because there's a lot of conversation around the country going on right now about energy in general, electricity in particular. The angle that I'm going to be coming from, I've been in about 28 states over the past 5 or 6 years. Issues are the same from Georgia to Washington to up in the Northeast to out West. Issues are generally the same. Everybody's kind of facing the same set of problems. Conversations very different between Georgia and other states. And what I want to do is just kind of kick things off. And I'm assuming y'all are seeing what I'm seeing. This, as I pointed out, demand is going up, and it's a concern on everybody's part as far as how we're going to meet that demand. There are lots of reasons for why it's going up. Predominantly right now, we're concerned about data centers and artificial intelligence. There's also reshoring manufacturing. And there's just going to be new demand, particularly if there's a shift towards EVs. But this particular slide right here, just want to level set that Georgia's not in some unique position here as far as the issues that are going on around the country. We are different in a certain other capacity. These are the NERC long-term reliability assessments over the past year. A couple of things that I want to point out here. You can see the color codes on the graphs. A couple of things to point out is specifically with regard to the decrease in thermal capacity. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about that, particularly within our state. But notice just a couple of things that I've got highlighted here from this report. The resource mix is becoming increasingly variable and weather dependent. New resources have different physical and operating characteristics. This is something I'm also going to try to highlight as I go through talking about resource diversity and technological or technology characteristics. Pointing out over on the right-hand side, over the next 10 years, the obvious demand is going to grow. And the replacement resources that NERC has identified are simply not the type of replacement resources that are going to replace the resources that we're retiring here. And also, as I go through this, of course, if you've got any questions, let me know. So this will level set what I want to talk about. I'm really going to hit 3 high points here. Talk about resource and technology diversity, touch on that with reliability and rates, resource adequacy, because as I've been around the state, I've heard a lot about whether or not we are going to be able to meet the demands of the future. To tell you right straight up front, Georgia's in a position to easily do this, and we're going to do this. And then I'm going to close out by just simply talking about our regulated market stability and how that has helped us. Notice on the little graph that I've got over here on the left, that is essentially every bit of energy that we've consumed in the country since 1900. You can see there that red line in particular is electricity generation. As we were coming out of World War II, we industrialized and we grew. And we've been flat for about the past 20 years as far as electricity demand goes. That is going to change. It's going to shift up. I've got a couple of things noted on the left, particularly on thermal capacity. I'm referring specifically to coal, natural gas, and nuclear power as far as thermal capacity for the fleet. This is the trend in the U.S. A couple of things that I'll draw your attention to here. We're sitting at about 58.8% fossil fuels. Of course, natural gas is number 1 there. The thermal fleet, something that I want to bring special attention to with the committee. The U.S. thermal fleet, 37% of it is over 40 years old. The reason I use 40 there is that's the first licensure for a nuclear reactor. It's just a means of giving some standard level setting there for age. But 40 years is about the time when you're starting to look at replacing power plant capacity. 37% of the U.S. fleet, thermal fleet's over 40 years old. Residential rates on average about 16.48 cents, and these are average rates. That gives you a picture of where the U.S. is. We look at Georgia in particular. Right now we're about, and this is for the entire Georgia electric power sector. It's not a specific utility, it's for the whole state. We're about 41% natural gas, and you see there 34% nuclear. Residential rates, I'll get to those a little more specifically later, a little over 14 cents. And our thermal fleet, about 28% of it is over 40 years old. You see the trends out there on the time that we're in right now from about 2020 forward. We've brought those 2 reactors at Vogel online, have been able to drop down just a little bit on natural gas there. Point out in particular, our coal capacity, because this is something that I'll get into in just a little bit later. Our coal capacity has been flat. Now, that previous graph that I showed you as far as the U.S., you saw a steep decline in coal generation in the U.S. And I know that generally what you'd probably hear from an academic person is that's a good thing. You're not going to hear that from me when it comes to things like coal capacity and coal-fired power. That is something in Georgia that I'm glad we made the decision to keep those plants, Bowen and Shearer, running. That is domestic resource. That's reliable capacity. It's not the same in other states, but Georgia's made a good strategic decision, at least in my opinion, to keep those plants running, Shearer and Bowen, both of them. Those are reliable units that we're going to need moving forward. So I want to break down just a few things here, and I don't pretend to necessarily tell you things that you don't either already know or have a gut feel for. But the thing here about reliability and rates is something that in my group back at the university, we're trying to bring those two together, because oftentimes states are going to chase rates, lowest rates or lowest resource. Some states are going to chase carbon reduction, and some states like Georgia are going to prioritize reliability. So I want to just go through just real quickly. I want to go through just one particular characteristic for resources and technologies. And what I'm going to do is move through these figures in an ascending order. And the thing to point out here is capacity factor. Essentially what we're talking about here on capacity factor is the percentage of time in a year that a technology is actually generating electricity, when it's generating a revenue stream for the utility, when it's generating electricity for the consumer. And I'm going to start with residential solar. This is less than 1 megawatt. So this is for the entire United States. And the only point here is to talk about things in terms of reliability and the need for diversity. So none of this is dismissing any particular resource. These are just simply physical characteristics. Residential solar for the year 2024 in the entire U.S., the capacity factor was 19.7%. 19.7% of the time it was generating electricity, 80.3% of the time it wasn't. And you can see for each month, it peaks here in June, 23.7% of the time. And you can also notice that with those columns, as they increase from January to December, we're adding capacity throughout the year. So we're adding capacity in U.S. residential solar, but the capacity factor, again, about 19.7%. That's for the entire U.S. And if we brought that up to utility scale solar, what we're going to get is an economy of scale here. Bumps up from 19.7% capacity factor to 23.4%. It's not a complaint about residential. It is just simply stating a fact that once you have larger land areas, which in and of itself, there are some issues there, but you're going to get an increase in economy of scale up to 23.4. When you look at wind, it really is just simply a better resource for generating electricity. I've spent a lot of time out in the Midwest. They've got a lot of wind power out there. We don't have that in Georgia. It's not accessible to us economically. Capacity factor there is about 34.3%. If we bump up to coal, again, capacity factor here is increasing. It is not to dismiss the renewables. It is just simply to say that you get a better year-round performance from something like coal, a coal-fired power plant, and it's at 42.6%. That is dropping because we're not using those plants nationally as much as we have been. But notice the height of those columns from January to December. We're also not completely shutting them down. We're just not using them as much. And a lot of that has been because states have realized if they retire these plants too quickly, too soon, they're going to wish they had the things running again. And I'm only saying that from being in those states where they have done it and they wish they hadn't done it. Again, we made some good decisions here in Georgia to not shut ours down. If we look at natural gas combined cycle, we cannot say enough or emphasize enough the importance of this resource and this technology, not just for the state of Georgia, but this is the trend all across the country, particularly if states are going to retire coal capacity. They're going to have to turn to something like combined cycle. It's the only thing really that's going to compare with it right now. Right now, the capacity factor is 59.7%. That's going to be up in the low 70s in about 10 years because we're tacking into combined cycle power plant capacity all over the country. This has been a godsend for the U.S. It's been a godsend for Georgia because if we had not been able to turn to this technology and these resources through fracking, I don't know the position we would be in right now with regard to retiring coal plants because we just simply couldn't retire the coal plants without bringing something like natural gas combined cycle online. Combustion turbines, and I think if you look at what's going on in the state of Georgia, I think you'll probably hear from the utility folks later. We're adding both combined cycle capacity, but we're also adding combustion turbines. I know this looks like a bad graphic for combustion turbines, but the point that I want to make here is that these combustion turbines, and I'll point it out more specifically in a minute, they provide a value proposition for our grid that other resources and technologies don't. Essentially what they are is they are the closers that come in the late innings when we're reaching peaks, and they simply meet that demand in a very quick way. You can throttle that gas, you can throttle that combustion turbine, and you can respond to demand. If we look at nuclear, I could talk all day about the value proposition here. I think this is something, and I'll probably close out by making this comment again. I am very thankful that we've got those reactors at Vogtle. My grandchildren are going to be thankful we got those reactors at Vogtle. We're going to need more nuclear power in this state somewhere down the road. 10, 15 years, it's probably not going to be 5 to 7, but we're going to need nuclear reactors in the state, in every other state in the country. And right now, it is a hot issue. It's a hot button issue. States want nuclear reactors. The SMRs, the small modulars, are not necessarily market ready. They aren't. But we've got to be preparing for the day that if we ever do shut down Bowen and Shearer, we're going to have to move towards more base load like nuclear. We're going to need it in the grid. Now, this one point is probably one of the more critical points that I hope that I can get across to the committee, because it's an issue that I deal with in my conversations with the public and with policymakers in other states, and I have testified before other committees in other states as well. And that's with regard to levelized cost of electricity. You hear it over and over and over. And it's a real simple equation. I've got it down there in the lower right-hand corner. It is so simple that somebody like me from Bibb County can do the math and run the numbers. It's real simple. It's just annualized cost, operation and maintenance, fuel, return on investment, and you get $1 per kilowatt hour. I've got a simple figure that I've tried to lay out here where we've got resources here on the left. We take those resources and we use the technologies that I just listed, and we get work out of them. And whatever's generated at that plant is a cost per kilowatt hour, and it's going to vary. Generally, things like solar are cheaper than something like nuclear. But our push here and what we're trying to get across in my little research group is that levelized cost of electricity does not represent the value proposition of those resources and those technologies. It is a good metric. It's a good indicator to use, but it does not reflect the value proposition. So here's just a graph. These are real data I got from a market out west because they had wind and solar. And it just simply illustrates just a 24-hour demand curve and essentially how those resources are dispatched to meet that demand. And what we, again, back in my group are trying to emphasize, no one of these resources is going to do that, is going to match that demand in real time, 24 hours a day. No one resource is going to do it. What we need, as you can see here, we need base load. That natural gas combined cycle that I've got there is serving as both base load and intermediate. You'll see also at the top those combustion turbine peaker plants that I got up there. That's again like bringing that closer in. Those are the peaker plants that are only going to operate for a few hours a day or a week, but they're critical. And again, things like levelized cost don't account for that value proposition. They don't account for the value proposition of base load. They don't account for the value proposition of a 3-month supply of coal sitting over there at the yard. They don't account for those things that grid operators know are valuable and need to have those stored on-site resources in order to meet that demand. So our only push here, again, is when you start mapping those resources and technologies into that grid, that's really what is reliability. That is reliability right there. Is the resource available? Is the technology operating? And can it follow demand? And no single resource is going to do that. If I had to push it, maybe one, natural gas could. We do not want to be a grid where we've got one dominant energy resource. The value proposition of diversity it's a great cliche and we talk about it all the time, but the value proposition is not accounted for in levelized cost of generation for the most part. Let me just give you also just one figure. This is again in the US. If we look at utility scale solar last year, there was about 100,000 megawatts of capacity, utility scale solar. In January, it was about 90, but it got up to about 120 or 118,000 in December, but on average, about 100,000 megawatts. Same for nuclear. We had around 100,000 megawatts. When you look at the capacities are the same, 100,000 megawatts, sounds equivalent. The generation, however, from nuclear was 3.6 times more than what we got out of solar. So we got options that we never want to say one or the other. Solar's cheaper. Nuclear's more reliable as far as providing base load. Again, the highlight here, the point here is we can't just chase cheap all the time. I'll point out something about Texas here in just a little bit. We need both of those resources there. We need both of them. But we shouldn't just chase one of them predominantly. Thermal capacity trends. I'll start with just this one figure. This is probably one of the more subtle concerns that's not talked about very much. This is since 1960, U.S. power generation fleet by operational year. You can see the color codes. For the most part, all of those brown colors are, sadly, they're Texas Longhorn kind of colors, but it's natural gas nonetheless. 37% of the U.S. thermal fleet is over 40 years old. That is a concern because we've got to build new thermal capacity all across the country. We are tacking into, and you can see in the most recent 20-year period, a lot of what we're building is solar PV and wind, a lot of it. It's not a negative. It's just we can't neglect the loss of thermal capacity. That thermal capacity is high heating value resource. It's inertia, it's spinning iron. It's the things that the grid needs in order to maintain reliability. Our coal fleet in the U.S., 76% of it is over 40 years old. Again, I should be cheering this, but I'm not, because the priority with me is reliability. We need to reduce carbon. Georgia's doing it. I've got some numbers on that. But when we lose this coal fleet, we are losing a baseload resource that we've never operated grids on for the past 75 or 80 years. Nuclear fleet, 65% is 40 years or older. That's not as much of a problem. We can get those relicensed up to 60 and sometimes 80 years. Nonetheless, we're going to need to start planning for new capacity when these technologies hit the market. I've got our 5 reactors or 6 reactors in Georgia. You can see where they are. Vogel is in the longer rows of the field. Hatch is a little bit older there. We're in good position as far as that goes right now. And I can tell you from just my experiences in other states wish they had 2 1,100 megawatt nuclear reactors online. This is where we're going, is the natural gas fleet. This is what we're building. Only 18.5% of it is 40 years or older, but you can see right here, we're building those things left and right. In Georgia, this is how we stand. 28% of our fleet is 40 years of older. That's much below the national average. And I think if you just, kind of look at the color coding there, you can see that we've got things diversified across resources and technologies. And if we look at those specifically, this is where we stand. Again, this is for the entire state, all utilities, all sectors, 8,000 megawatts of combined cycle. And you can see it as it moves down through there. But natural gas wise, we're sitting at about 43% of our fleet capacity is natural gas, 16 is nuclear. And the numbers bear that out. This is a good diversity mix for the state, not just resource wise, but again, as far as how the technology operates, base load, intermediate, and load following. I want to bring one point to the committee's attention, and if you, hopefully you'll take away something from my presentation that's worthwhile, but if you don't take anything away from it, please look at the next 2 slides. This is Texas. 30.3% of their fleet's over 40 years old, and you can look over there on the right. For the last 20 years, they have built out 37.6% of their fleet with solar and wind. Now, I could stick on that slide and say all sorts of things about it, but I'm going to go to the gentleman who actually came in on the backside of Winter Storm Uri. And keep in mind, Texas is a deregulated market. They allow prices to dictate much of the direction of their power fleet. On the backside of Uri, Peter Lake, who's at the bottom, came in as chair of the Public Utility Commission. He was followed by Pablo Vegas, who came in as CEO of ERCOT. I've got 2 links here to 2 podcasts that I would encourage the commission to watch and listen to what these men had to say. I've got a couple of things highlighted. Peter Lake, when he came in, I had always heard stories, assuming that they were mostly hyperbole, that the Texas grid was about 2 or 3 or 4 hours away from a black start. You can have somebody from the utility industry come up and talk about a black start, but it's the last thing in the world you want. It's not just a blackout, it's a black start. There is no power available in an entire state. Peter Lake came in, and on this podcast, you'll hear him say it, they were 4 minutes and 37 seconds away. That was scary just to hear it. He talks about that, and he gave the acronyms. When he got there, the acronym was CARE, clean, affordable, reliable. Why somebody would put reliable third behind clean and affordable, I don't know, but he changed it, and so did the state. Now, the point here is not to complain about Texas. It's just that Texas is giving us a glimpse of the future if we head in certain directions. Pablo Vegas came in and probably made some of the more important engineering comments about thermal capacity. You'll see he's got it up here. I've got it highlighted. Reserves that were developed over the last 30 years, dispatchable, reliable power fleet. We have over the last 10 years, which I showed you in that graph previously, we've stopped building those plants and built only solar, wind, and now batteries. I just think we need to let the value of reliability get back to the front of the line. Couple of responses here from Texas. They have now, in hindsight, they didn't do it proactively, but they are having to do it reactively. They are mandating the construction of natural gas combined cycle plants, and they are aggressively pursuing nuclear power in that state. They're pushing really hard. That's not to say that what we need to do is mimic Texas. We don't want to do that necessarily, but they understand from the situation that they found themselves in with that deregulated market, chasing cheap, that cheap does not equal reliability. And it's a good lesson, I think, for us in Georgia. So to kind of hit the exit ramp here, this is where we're headed. Next wave of power demand. I come from a little space over here at the university where I work with international and national security people. We look at energy not just as a modern convenience, which it is. It stands up our way of life. As the chair said earlier, we turn the lights, switch on, want the lights to come on. Electricity is more than that now. With this AI and these data centers, which we've all heard about, I've spoken before chambers of commerce about it. This technology has got to land somewhere in the country. There have to be data centers. There has to be AI, because this is a tip of the spear, 21st century competition around a technology that's going to have national security implications. My point here is not, let's just open doors and let everybody come in. That's not my contention. The contention is that we can respond to this strategically, that we have the regulated structure to respond to it strategically, and we're in a better position to do it than states like Texas and the ones that I just left out in Idaho at a Western Energy Summit, where, again, that room, the questions are the same, the conversation is very different. They are concerned about new demand, but they don't see a way to add more thermal capacity like we're doing here in Georgia with natural gas plants. They are struggling because the market doesn't necessarily accommodate that. So we've got a stability here, and these are my last couple of points. What we did back in the 70s with that Territorial Act foreshadowed great wisdom for the state of Georgia. The PSC, congratulations to them for passing this rule. I can't take credit for that, but I will say this, that last year in a couple of talks before some members of the state legislature, I did make the point that we don't need to have data centers coming in here dictating terms to us. We need to dictate terms to them, but we want them to come in. We want these data centers and AI to come in, but we want to do it strategically, and we want them to bring benefit to the state. And I think with this rule here, and the one that, and I've shared this with legislators in other states, and they are looking at that as a template for how to manage this. It doesn't mandate anything, but it certainly gives a latitude for the utilities now to work with these data centers that are going to be important to the country and can provide some economic benefit to the state. I'll run through the last few figures here on rates. This regulated, deregulated market thing has always been an issue, and it will always probably be an issue. But what I've got here is I'm going to show some comparative graphs. This is regulated states in the country. You can see the red dotted line is the average since 2001 for the U.S. The black dotted line is Georgia. We've always been below the U.S. average. A couple of things to note here. Those bands for those states generally are below the U.S. average, but they're tight. It makes sense if you've got a regulated market structure that your rates are going to be stable and tight. If you look at the deregulated states, it's simply not the same thing. There's a lot of scatter, a lot of volatility, and they are just simply higher than the regulated markets are. It's the same y-axis over there. But this is what markets do. I bring this up because generally at times like we're experiencing with high demand, rates are increasing, we need new capacity, we're building fossil fuel plants. Oftentimes that'll be taken advantage of, and things will be said like, well, maybe we need to deregulate the market. Probably the worst thing we could possibly do, because right now our market is working, and it's not working in the states where it's deregulated. If we look at the top 12 highest average residential rates last year, all but one of them, Vermont, which Vermont is Vermont, but all of them except Vermont were in deregulated markets. They haven't returned the low rates that they promised back in the 90s. And you can see there, California's at the top of the list. They have prioritized carbon reduction, and they're paying for it, almost 32 cents a kilowatt hour. If we look at Georgia relative to every other state in the country, right now we rank number 33 highest, which is what, 17th lowest at 14.14 cents, meaning that 75+% of people in the U.S. live in states with rates higher than Georgia. It doesn't mean that every single person does, but the average rates in 75% of the country are in states that are higher than Georgia. Relative to the top 8 GDPs, not necessarily all our competitors, we are simply lower than those states. We are doing a good job in Georgia keeping rates affordable, particularly relative to other countries. And for the past 5 years, past 10 years, our percent change in average residential rate, we lead the country, or at least the top 8 GDPs. Percent change in rates, we're at 17.6%, and you can see the others right there in that far right column. Our percent change also has been above others. CO2 emissions, and I see this, of course, I'm in academia, I'm gonna hear this all the time. Our CO2 emissions from the power sector at 1977 levels, and I just want you to note a couple of things in that lower right-hand box. Our power sector CO2 emissions are about 34% of Georgia's total, 2.8% of the entire U.S. electric power sector, 0.9% of the U.S. total CO2, and 0.1% of global CO2 emissions. This is not to dismiss climate change. It is simply to say efforts like simply decarbonizing the grid, which means thermal capacity from coal and gas are out. The return on that investment climate-wise is a 0.1% relative to global emissions. If we do it on a per GDP basis, again, we are competitive with the top 8 GDPs. We are constantly in decline as far as CO2 per economic activity. This is something we don't get credit for much in Georgia. So my last slide. We can navigate this space in the way, again, I've just got a couple of points. Our regulated market structure, it's a legacy of responsible growth. We have always prioritized reliability. Our integrated resource planning, which I understand Georgia Power is under the PSC to do that, but I've worked enough with the co-ops and with the MEAGs. We're all doing this in the state of Georgia. Everyone in our electric power sector is looking long-term integrated resource planning. And here, thanks to the PSC and thanks to what the state legislature did 45+ years ago, regulating electricity as a necessity, not just a market commodity, and not as a climate change issue. It's about reliability, priority. My closing point about AI, we can do this strategically. We can manage it. We have the mechanisms in place to do it, and now they'll protect the ratepayers. So I'm done with that. I'm happy to take any questions from the committee. And I apologize for being a little bit over my time, but I don't have a watch up here.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. And we do have some questions. Before we get to those questions, I want to take just a moment to recognize a few other people that are in the room with us here that I'd like to recognize. First of all, our committee members. We'll start with Representative Patty Stinson. Thank you.
Me to say something?
Sure, go ahead, Patty.
Mike? Okay, well, good morning.
Good morning.
I have a question, so can I ask my question now? Or you just want me to say?
Do a brief introduction. Let me catch a couple, and then we'll come back to you for your
Very
first
good.
question.
All right, well, good morning. I'm Patty Marie Stinson, representing House District 150 that covers a lot of rural communities, Taylor County, Macon County, Dooley County, the City of America, City of Andersonville.
I lived
City
in
of
Americas for 3.5 years.
Oh, well, come on back. We'll have you back.
Yeah.
And the City of Fort Valley. Thank
Didn't
you.
live there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I've been serving for 13 years.
And you know the place well.
Thank you. And we'll recognize Chairman Todd Jones.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Todd Jones, representing District 25, which is South Forsyth County and North Fulton County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And also online, I'm not sure if we have audio from her or not, but Representative Carmen Rice is also participating. We're going to see.
Hi,
Carmen, are
can
you
you
there?
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Carmen Rice, District 139. I serve part of Harris County and Muskogee County.
Okay. Thank you. And just as before we get into the questions, if we may, I'd like to recognize Senator Frank Ginn, who's in the room with us today. Senator, thank you for being here. And then a couple of our Public Service Commissioners, Chairman Jason Shaw and Commissioner Tricia Pridemore in the room with us today. We appreciate y'all being here with us today and the good leadership you're providing to Georgia right now. So with that, we'll get into questions. And if y'all will press your mics again, I want to recognize Representative Stinson to start with.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your very interesting presentation. But as you were speaking, I was thinking about those rural communities that I represent. So as they are working toward building out their comprehensive plan, long-term plans, what suggestions can you offer to local governments as it relates to your presentation as they're working out their long-term plans for their communities?
And I'm assuming you're referring to economic planning,
Yes,
is that right?
that's correct.
And so you're down in Southwest Georgia for the
Right.
most part, up into Fort Valley? It reaches up into Fort Valley?
Yes, all the way to Fort Valley, and that is, yes, Fort Valley, Taylor County, Macon County,
Right.
Dooley County, Americus, and
Yep.
Andersonville.
I worked at Sumter EMC for a few years down there, so familiar with the area. So as far as so the only thing as far as what I talked about here that we could maybe look at, so have you had conversations with your constituents about data centers and things like that? Are they raising questions about electricity?
Dooley County is,
Dooley.
yes. Mhm.
And they're talking about data centers?
They are. There are some conversations, yes.
It is, do they sound positive?
Yes, yes. Because they're looking at the fact that, you know, the amount of revenue that it will possibly generate for the community.
Right.
And from that perspective, so.
And
yeah.
that is a positive. That's one of the things that they are promising to bring here. The only thing I think in regard to that, the thing that I would recommend is that they do their due diligence when they work with the data centers as far as things like land acquisition, setting aside land, making sure certainly, and I think Commissioner Cannon is probably going to get to this in his commission, is to look at the water demands on the data centers there. This is a new space for them to these are different negotiations than they've probably had in the past.
Mhm.
And one of the things that I've encouraged when I was up in Rome a couple of weeks ago is to talk with other commissioners, council members who have gone through this to find out just lessons learned, questions that should have been asked and weren't asked, needed to have been asked. I would encourage them to reach out to other counties that have gone through these paces and find out what may be potential pitfalls. That's the main thing I could say for that area, at least in the space that I'm talking about here. I think they're important. I think if they can bring value to the community, I think that's a major plus, particularly down in Southwest Georgia. That's an area that could use a boost.
Oh, yes, yes, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, thank you.
Well, thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had a slide that showed states and the rates. What's the common denominator for the states with the higher rates? What is their power generation mix?
Is it that one? Or was it a graph?
It showed the different states and their rates. Go back a few slides, maybe.
These are the ones that is it those?
Maybe. It showed, I think California or Vermont were at the top somewhere.
Yeah, they always are. So that's the deregulated states, and then this is the top 12. But I think I can answer your question even if I don't find it. It was about their power mix.
Yeah, and how's that differ from states with the lowest rates?
And it's probably not as directly correlated right now. It's mainly to do with what they are retiring and what they're bringing in as far as, and it's also got a lot to do with just mostly their state regulatory environment. Some of those states, Representative, they have state policies about carbon emissions. That's gonna be essentially somewhat of a tax when you have carbon policies that are going to limit CO2 emissions. So they're going to, at that point, some of those states are going to shut down thermal plants, in particular coal plants. A lot of these are up in the northeast part. When you get up in there, the coal capacity is just about gone. I don't think that that's why the rates are high. I think the rates are high simply because of the market structure that they got. Right now, I don't see the resource mix impacting it. Unless you look at California, that might be a different story.
Sure. One follow-up. You mentioned the national security part of, I understand that China is building 10 nuclear plants this year and 50 coal plants. Might be wrong on that, but I've heard that's the
You're
case.
not. Well, the number may be wrong, but the hyperbole's there.
So they understand it's an energy race with the United States. And when was the last permitted nuclear plant in the U.S.?
Well, besides Vogtle. So the only one that came online prior to Vogtle was Watts Bar in 2016, but it was started construction back in the 70s. Prior to that, it was back in the 80s.
The impediment to permitting nuclear plants in the U.S. or in Georgia?
The current impediment is right now it's just simply startup costs. It's the industry is trying to spin up a supply chain where we're needing to your point about China, they're building serial number 20. We're still back at serial numbers 1 and 2 for a lot of those. So there's a couple of points I'll make. One is we don't have the supply chain right now to get past the recurring research and development, to get out to non-recurring R&D. We should be building reactors that we built 10 or 11 or 12 of so that the cost can come down. The other thing is going to be public perception. There's a perception that we actually don't need them. There's a perception that we can bring in other resources and technologies to take their place. I don't agree with that. But the cost right there is the main hurdle. The regulatory hurdles are also there as well. And I think there's some headway being made on it. I don't think the regulatory hurdle is going to be a big thing as much as it's just going to be getting the supply chain up and getting the cost down. Those SMRs, the small modulars, are going to be what we need to be doing. But if I can make one comment about China, and I won't be long, they are building coal plants and nuclear plants. I have to update my graphs on those about every 2 months because they either start construction on a nuclear plant or bring another one online. They are the global leader right now in deployment of civilian nuclear reactors by far. I think they've deployed like 58 since 2000. And the coal plants are through the roof. They are not sitting back trying to figure out how to power their economy under any constraints. Now, I'm not saying that's what we want to do. That's not the route we want to take. But they are not constrained by carbon emissions at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for the question. And I hope I answered it well enough. Not well, but sufficiently.
Okay. Chairman Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first begin by saying I'm glad you're our first speaker in this subcommittee. It's something I've mentioned with the water subcommittee is I like it when we get our university and system engaged in the policy process. And I think you bring a good academic approach and fair approach to your assessments. So I appreciate that very much. One of the biggest concerns that I have, and I'm just reminded of some conversations we had in Chairman Parsons' committee, and that was immediately following the price hikes for natural gas about 6 years ago. And I'm wondering, being that electricity doesn't just magically appear out of thin air, it's generated using some other type of fuel. Do you feel like we're on a good track to manage future volatility in the natural gas market if we verge too much into that one fuel stock? And I guess it's kind of a loaded question, but
No, I don't think it's a loaded question. I think it's the kind of question that we ought to be asking. I'll tell you, just to kind of in general terms, it always concerns me when we tack too hard into a single resource because we don't have hedges necessarily. You can look at Florida's emissions, their generation. They are 78% natural gas. And I've been down there enough times and spoken with their legislature, and they're scared to death. I'm not as concerned about it as long as we have sufficient coal capacity to somewhat backstop that. And I know it sounds like I'm promoting coal plants, but we've got 2 coal plants that are providing some hedge. If we lose those 2 coal plants, game is a little different, and it's going to depend on what we bring in on the backside of that. I understand that we're bringing in solar, and I understand that we're building batteries, but it's not the kind of thermal capacity again that I think we're going to, which is again part of the reason why I think if we're not starting to look at small modular nuclear reactors now, we may find ourselves in a pinch for a few years trying to avoid the problem you're talking about.
And Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question. Yeah. I think that's a really good point, because you were talking about what 27% of ours are more than 40 years old, like roughly.
Right.
So if that puts us in a unique position right now, where if we stay on top of it, we're always going to stay ahead of that curve. Because one of my other concerns is making sure that we don't fall behind that curve and then trying to play catch up. So thank you for your testimony.
So
it's been really enlightening.
to that point, the point you just made needs to be made a few times. We are not going to we don't want to be in a position of reacting like Texas has had to do, like they've had to do up in the PJM market, where it's a cluster up there. We are simply, our structure doesn't allow us to get in that mess to begin with. But your point needs to be elevated. That's what planning is all about.
Well, and this whole committee was put together to take a 20-year forward look and magically pull a crystal ball out of the air and determine everything.
Well, let me know when you get that crystal ball ready.
I'd be happy to share it with you.
What it's worth, I think we're on that track, and that's what we're doing. And I think the committee has made the right call to look at it, to Representative Anderson's point, make sure the lines are painted in the right direction. And I think that's exactly what we've been doing.
Well, thank you for being here. And
Yes.
thank you for being our first speaker.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, Representative Drenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Gaddy. What a fascinating presentation. I enjoyed it immensely. And while you were answering other questions, I may have 2 questions, Mr. Chairman. So SMR is an exciting proposition. How long do you see that as becoming marketable?
So the only one we've got that's close to coming out of the gates is NuScale. It's a 77 megawatt. It's out of, I think that thing's being developed over there in Idaho. It's probably 5 years plus or minus, more plus than minus, for being commercially ready. They've got, in fact, TVA announced just a couple of days ago that they're going to partner with NuScale to have those reactors deployed up in Tennessee. The question is just going to be what the cost is. So to answer your point directly, I'd say 5 years thereabouts. Question is who's going to raise their hand to get one. So, but that's the only one currently that's close to being market ready.
Okay.
In the U.S.
So in that 5-year time horizon that's within what we're talking about today is 20 years, we could have a potential to fill the baseload demand with different technologies. Is that a fair assumption that you would agree with?
In my definition of baseload, it's got to be a resource that is just simply accessible at any point. That is natural gas as long as the pipe's full, coal as long as the stack's there, nuclear reactors as long as it's fueled. I won't go into oil. That's a different thing. That's more of a peaker. But my definition of baseload is you've got to be able to access the resource and the technology when you want to do it. So I would not recommend and wouldn't say that things like solar and others, which solar's the only one we got down here as far as renewable, would fill that gap as far as base load is concerned.
Okay. One last
We
question,
need,
Mr.
of
Chairman.
course, more solar, but it's just not going to suffice as base load.
So in in summary, what I heard you say was baseload demand for Georgia right now is dependent upon coal. Is that?
It's part of it, coal, natural gas combined cycle, and nuclear, which is the conventional baseload resources and have been for a long time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's. It goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 questions, if that's okay. Professor, thank you. I have a quick question that for some reason my brain I can't get around it. When I think of SMRs, which I'm a huge fan of, I think our Navy personnel have been, in a sense, having SMRs in their vessels, from what I understand, for about 7 decades. And I'm just wondering, and if you could just maybe in a layman's way, is there a way to distinguish between, I'll call it the SMR or the nuclear reactor that sits in a sub or on a battleship or an aircraft carrier? And have we not learned enough after 7 decades of our Navy personnel, thank God, being safe on those vessels, to be able to translate it to the private sector faster? And maybe that's just too simplistic, but
No, I think it's as dead center as it can be. The answer is the difference technologically is just the enrichment level. That's it.
that's it.
So,
Which is a big,
it's a big deal.
It's a big
And-
deal, but
and it's
yeah.
also, but still, everybody that's come off those subs and things, they're still physically just fine, no matter. Yeah, I'm assuming you're just fine. But this is not a matter of can we build a small modular reactor. That is
Right.
not the point.
Okay, yeah, so
So-
that's where I'm having a cognitive disconnect. We've been doing it for 7 decades. I would think we could get it to the market faster. What's the impediment? And by the way, I'm a fan of them, so I'm not trying to stop them. I'm trying to get them here.
And I'm not taking it that way at all. The difference is the Navy. They have a demand signal. It's clear.
Yeah.
And we don't have a market signal necessarily for that. The market signal would be utilities raising their hands saying, and the budget's different. We also, as far as the civilian part goes, back in 1993, we essentially dead stopped our integral fast reactor program that we were going. It was a political decision, and that pretty much put the quietus on a supply chain for us to build civilian nuclear reactors. I share your point. Your point is right on target. This ain't a technology issue. This is a matter of civilian nuclear reactors are just in a different track. It requires a certain level of political will, a certain level of social acceptance, and we got to get the cost down. But that means get the supply chain spun up. We got to get the supply
Exactly.
chain
Yeah.
spun up.
You can't build them as one-off customization
can't.
because the cost is frankly just, exorbitant. Last question, Mr. Chairman. Can you move to the carbon intensity slide, please? It's, I think, the second to last slide. If my eyeballs are seeing this right, is this a fair assessment that Georgia has, from an intensity level, been equal to New York and California, but they've done it, or we've done it, at a rate, meaning a kilowatt rate, that is literally 45% of California's? So is it fair to say that we have equaled them in intensity reduction and at the same time kept our costs that much lower?
So if it's going to be based on a percentage of reduction, by far,
On intensity on the reduction, but also our
No, no.
rates.
I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with you.
Yeah.
As far as the change in intensity,
Mhm.
clearly we are decreasing. It's the point you're making. Notice they've just about flatlined.
Yeah.
They've squeezed about all the carbon they can out of their economy. And the cost, the rates that have been passed on to the consumer are not what we want down here in Georgia. And plus the reliability between here and California, no comparison. So your point, again, well taken. We still have room to decrease. They're out of space.
Okay, Representative Huddleston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, great presentation. Like I said, as in Chairman Thomas talked, it's very academic. Like I said, it was very educational.
Could it sound also more applied? I kind of like when I hear somebody say
So
academic, he sounds like it doesn't matter sometimes.
very good presentation. Learned a lot from it. One of the questions I had, you mentioned just very briefly, but one of the slides you talked about was electrical reliability for grid, pretty much, and you talked about the peakers.
Yes, sir.
You briefly mentioned about battery storage. Do you think within peak demand, there's a lot of new, I guess, information coming out on battery storage facilities in the Southeast. Do you see that that's going to be a viable solution for those peak
It's going
demands?
to be a viable part. I probably would not point to batteries as a solution. Again, the solution is going to be that we've got every piece of technology possible up there. I think the batteries, the way they're going to be deployed, will probably be very important when it comes to that peaker part. A lot of that is just going to be to avoid something that has a cost if gas prices are high or whatever that may be. So I do see them coming in. As far as the great role that they're going to play, I'll be cautiously hopeful, but that's not where I'm going to hang my hat as far as this is going to replace something that's up there on that screen right now. Because the battery, again, this is not going to go across well with some folks in the industry. I know that's not a resource. It's consuming electricity. It's not a resource. So it's going to have to take away from something that's up there. We still need them. We still need them because it is going to be a hedge somewhere down the road.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
That's Georgia.
Okay, because you sound like I do, and I don't run into too many people like that. At least I didn't need an interpreter today. I did in Idaho 2 weeks ago. It was not good.
Any other questions on the part of the committee? If not, I do have one. And a couple months ago, Google entered into an agreement with, I think, Commonwealth Fusion to purchase 400 megawatts or so of fusion energy generated capacity that, according to the press releases that I saw, was scheduled to come on in 2030. Is that realistic? Is that a thing?
I'm just, no. I don't. I mean, we're talking almost looking at your watch ready for 400 megawatts of fusion. If they said 5, maybe 400 megawatts, a bunch of fusion. That's a bunch of fission.
Yeah.
But I don't ever want to come across though as dismissive of what we can do in this country because we can do stuff. Maybe they will. I don't think 2030 is going to be the year. That's my yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all
Appreciate
for
you.
having me. I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Aaron Mitchell, Senior Vice President of Strategic Growth with Georgia Power Company. And Mr. Mitchell, if you have anybody else with you, I'll let you introduce them, but you're welcome to proceed at your time, sir.
Fortunately, it's just me, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and thank you for having me. Again, Aaron Mitchell, Senior Vice President of Strategic Growth. What that means is a focus on serving our new customers, connecting that with the integral parts of our business that do the planning on the generation, the wires build out, and then ensuring that we can execute to serve our customers' needs. In my prior role, I'll say this is relevant because I'm going to talk a bit about planning and how we do planning. I was Vice President of Pricing and Planning, where we were responsible for doing our 20-year integrated resource plan, working with the commission to present that and get their approval on how we do what we do 20 years into the future to ensure that we can meet our customers' needs. So with that, and as the chairman just stepped out, I too enjoy hearing Dr. Gaddy, but he is a tough act to follow. So I'll do my part to see if I can do that. What I want to focus on today is talking about Georgia Power, how we are regulated. So taking from Dr. Gaddy's good overview of state regulated markets, vertically integrated utilities, explaining that a bit more as what that means to Georgia Power and to Georgia and our customers. And then I want to talk about planning and how we do planning to ensure that we can meet our customers' needs. I want to focus a bit on our most recent 2025 integrated resource plan that was just approved by the Public Service Commission. That rolls into our costs for operating our business, including our investments, how we operate, commodities, fuel prices. So I want to talk about rates. a bit and how we approach that with the Public Service Commission. And then, as Dr. Gaddy mentioned, these large electric loads, whether it be a large manufacturer or a data center of any type. I want to talk about how we, as ordered by the Public Service Commission, are protecting existing customers and ensuring that those folks are paying the costs that they're causing on our system. And I want to answer any and every question you have. I'll be brief here, but you guys know we're privileged to serve about 2.8 million customers in all but 4 Georgia counties. We have 7,000 employees that help us do that all over the state in all counties, and live and invest and ensure the success of those communities where we work, more importantly, where we live. Focusing on market structure a bit. I think Dr. Gaddy did an excellent job of illustrating the importance of having the right market structure. We believe Georgia has gotten it right due to the wisdom of the General Assembly over the years, and has continued to perfect it. And your oversight here is critically important in our opinion as well. We are a vertically integrated utility. What that means is that we own the generation, transmission, and distribution systems required to serve a customer receiving electricity. The important part about that is that we plan, construct, operate, and maintain the electric system from creation of the electron to delivery and service of the customer. In doing that, the value of that is we know what our customers demand in the form of products and services, but we also know the electricity demand that they are creating on the system so that we can prepare a reliable system to invest there. I'll do a little bit of comparison throughout this presentation on a vertically integrated structure, which we believe is the right structure that Georgia has chosen, as opposed to a deregulated market who do things a bit differently. That we think have some consequence to reliability and satisfaction of customers there. The market structure is key in that that turns into regulation by the Public Service Commission. Georgia Power presents our plans for how we generate, how we plan for the system, what we construct, how we serve our customers. Also, the rates we recover is all overseen and approved by the Public Service Commission. I'll talk more about how that's done over the next several slides in detail on the planning side, but also on the rate side as we go execute there. We're a little bit different in that we do an integrated planning system across all the different components of the electrical system that I talked about. We integrate all pieces of that. Comparison to deregulated markets, they do not do integrated planning. It's kind of separate. The regional transmission operator does planning for their system. The customers send a demand signal, and then those markets are dependent and hopeful that the generating assets show up to meet the market demand signal and take prices. A key difference in Public Service Commission oversight is that we don't have a choice in whether we invest in the system to prepare to reliably serve customers. Through law and oversight by the Public Service Commission, we have an obligation to serve our customers, which compels us to invest appropriately in our system to prepare to meet the needs of our customers. That sets Georgia apart in a couple of ways. Reliability, and we'll talk about, Dr. Gaddy talked about the performance of other states during some of the winter storms and their inability to retain reliability, but it also sets us up to keep Georgia successful and keep up with the growth and the great growth that this state is experiencing. The final thing I wanted to highlight, market structure wise, and Dr. Gaddy hit on it, the Territorial Act from the 1970s, created by the General Assembly, defined service territories by utilities. If you see those or recall those old photographs from the early 1920s, maybe of some northern cities where you had about 20 electric lines stacked on top of each other, a bunch of different providers trying to serve the same customers. What the Territorial Act did was created efficiency in how we invest in our system. It created in Georgia a unique shared transmission system, and I believe our energy partners will talk more about that in their presentation. But it did create that obligation to serve in different territories such that no customer is left without the opportunity to have reliable, cost-effective service. The last thing the Territorial Act did that I'll focus on is it created competition. Competition creates success and successful businesses in Georgia, and that's one of the key components that we believe the Territorial has created for all of us. Customers above a certain size, and that's 900 kilowatts connected, think a large grocery store, have a one-time choice of electric provider in Georgia, where those utilities compete based on their cost competitiveness. That customer can select the utility, and then that utility plans to serve them for the life of that customer. Those are some things that set us apart and make us unique in Georgia, that enable us and have enabled us collectively as utility partners to be able to serve the great economic success in Georgia. And we're 10 years plus being the top state for business. What I want to turn to now is how we, Georgia Power, plan to meet that growth on our system through our integrated resource planning process governed by the Public Service Commission. The Integrated Resource Plan Act was created in the 90s, and then rules developed and overseen and implemented by the Public Service Commission. This basically creates a transparent planning process where Georgia Power engages, is required to, every 3 years with the Public Service Commission. It provides an opportunity for public intervention and participation in how we plan for our system. Our witnesses, if you're familiar, go up in front of the Public Service Commission where the public can engage, ask questions under oath for us to explain and defend why we believe the plan that we've put forth is the right plan to serve our customers over a 20-year planning horizon. A couple of things of importance is that while this is a 3-year routine and steady process, it is not so rigid that we cannot respond to the demands of our customers. And we've just illustrated that over the last 3 years, where we worked with the commission to update them on demand signal changes and growth changes of our state, in which they reviewed and allowed us to build additional assets to meet the demands of our customers in the near term. I would say that's another thing that sets Georgia apart from other states that Dr. Gaddy showed, in that you read articles, and we'll show some here later, where some states are having reliability issues during winter storms. You may have heard neighboring states or other markets like PJM or ERCOT, that's the Northeast, and Texas, having rolling blackouts because they didn't have resources sufficient to meet customer needs, during those peak extreme winter times. Georgia is not in that position. Georgia Power has been enabled by the law and under oversight of the Public Service Commission to be able to respond to unexpected events to meet our customers' needs. That is unique and something to be highlighted and appreciated here in the state of Georgia. On the right-hand side, I won't roll through all these, but the IRP is the thousands of pages of our plans over a 20-year horizon, but it's planning for tomorrow and the time in between. It starts with, at the top right, our demand and energy forecast. Each of us as a customer sends to your utility your usage patterns, what we need to plan to meet you. We also look at new businesses coming to the state. Georgia's economic development, we just highlighted, has been a great success for 10 years. Those create demand signals of what the utilities need to go build from a generation, transmission, and distribution point of view to meet our customers. That then feeds the rest of the circle, if you will. First, we look at how can we conserve energy and have customers avoid using energy. That allows us to efficiently plan our system. We evaluate which resources. Dr. Gaddy talked about all of them, but we do an evaluation of what are the right resources to add to the system from a cost effective point of view, but also a reliability point of view. Not just purely considering one factor, but many factors that enable us to be successful in delivering electricity at all times. Reserve margin I want to highlight in a second, but reserve margin is basically generation reserves on top of your customer's demand. So we plan for maintenance, we plan for unexpected events of our generators, and we plan for extreme weather in excess of what our forecast expects. That allows us to maintain the reliability that I discussed. Other states have not been able to enjoy in the recent past. Two other things one other thing I'll highlight here is transmission. So our transmission plan, again, we own and operate an integrated system. Our transmission plan looks out over 10 years. We're migrating that to match to look over 20 years. But that allows us to construct all aspects of the system to work seamlessly to serve the needs of our customers. Just to highlight the 2025 outcome of the IRP, again, thousands of pages summarized here on one slide, and I'm not going to cover the whole slide, but we talked about the load forecast. Georgia Power, because of the economic development that we see and growth of our communities and residential customers, we see a growth of about 8,200 megawatts by 2031. Put that in perspective, our peak load right now is around 16,500 megawatts. So incredible, extraordinary growth that we see over the near term. Reliability is key here. It's a geeky planning topic, but I think it's critically important as we've seen the impacts of other utilities and other electric market structures not being able to maintain reliability, which has irrevocably impacted customers' lives and endangered lives. And we do not take that for granted, nor will we gamble with reliability of our system to protect the health and safety of our customers. Those reserve margins were approved by the Public Service Commission. In the winter, we plan for 26% above what we expect demand to be. And in the summer, now we plan for 20% to ensure reliability. There's been some talk about what generating resources we have. I have a chart that explains that here shortly. But from the 25 IRP, two main things were approved. Investment in our existing fleet. So Dr. Gaddy talked about our coal units. The commission approved extension of our existing coal units to reliably serve customers. We've also looked to invest and upgrade two key components of our system on the generation side. That's natural gas fired generation and also our nuclear units at Plant Vogtle 1 and 2. Those are the older units. We'll invest in those to increase the capacity or the output of those units for more valuable nuclear generation on the system. Importantly, by 2035, the commission approved a forecast to add up to 4,000 megawatts of additional solar capacity to our system. 1,000 of that was approved to go out right now for an RFP, a request for proposal to procure those in the near term. And then I'll talk in a minute about other outside of the IRP, other regulated processes where we're going to add generation to meet that 8,200 megawatts of growth signal from our customers. I'll hit generation in a second as well, but I do want to hit on resiliency programs and renewables. Our customers are asking us for increase opportunity and access to renewable resources, and they've wanted them faster. And so what this IRP did was presented to the commission options for us to be able to meet our customers' needs and provide those access to renewable resources to help round out our diversified system, as Dr. Gaddy referred to. And there's a myriad of programs from residential, commercial to industrial programs where customers can have access to renewables and help themselves or their businesses become more resilient by adding energy storage with those renewable assets. That's something new here. Storage added to a solar facility makes that solar facility more valuable. If you think about the ability to store that energy and use it when it's most valuable on the system, such as when the sun's not shining in the early morning or you have a few days of cloudy weather, that's not wasted capacity on the system. Also provides customers, resiliency if in the unfortunate event a storm comes through and the lights are out. So we're proud of those programs. And then finally, the commission approved an increase in the demand side management strategy. That's basically energy efficiency. Importantly, help for customers that need help, low and moderate income, to help make their homes more efficient, better weatherized, and use less electricity overall. So in a nutshell, that is the big components of the 2025 IRP. So I want to hit two summaries here on how we are adding or requesting to add generation here to our system. Again, big numbers here, 9,900 megawatts of requested approvals of certification of new resources at the Public Service Commission right now. That's going through a public process over a 6-month period to be concluded at the end of this year. A summary of those resources here on the screen, around 3,000 megawatts of battery energy storage. Just put that in context. Today, we have 65 megawatts operating on the system. Preceding this will be another 1,500 or so megawatts on the system. And so in short order, Georgia Power will have 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts of battery energy storage operating on our system, again, for increased capacity, energy when we need it, but also making those solar facilities, large and small, more valuable by allowing us to store that energy and use it when our customers need it the most. That second category there is with utility scale large solar facilities. There are 2 of those that are included and requested for approval. We are proposing to put batteries with those as well, again, for the purpose that I just stated. And then 5 combined cycle units. Those are natural gas fired units to be built at existing power plants in Cartersville or Bartow County, Heard County, and Effingham counties. A large part of this year's IRP was focused on transmission. You can generate electricity, you need to reliably transmit it. Where a customer locates on the system and how big that customer may be defines how robust we need our electric system to be. And so this was a large, important 10-year transmission plan. It includes about 1,000 miles of new transmission line, as well as many miles of existing transmission line improvements. Those investments, as I said, will occur over the next 10 years, that will help ensure that Georgia stays reliable, number one, and number two, and importantly, we can continue to sustain the growth, the good economic growth that Georgia has enjoyed. Here's the breakdown of our energy and capacity mix of bringing that all together. And so what does that mean? On the left-hand side is the capacity. That's basically the machines sitting on the ground. On the right-hand side is how we use that to produce electricity. And so echoing Dr. Gaddy, we believe a diversified fleet on the generation side is key to not only reliability, but to helping us ensure affordability and maintain affordability as we may need to respond to changes in fuel prices or technology prices as they may come about. We look at not only the economics of these technologies, but we also look at the reliability components. A system made entirely of batteries is not a reliable system. But batteries, for example, are very important to helping us make some of our assets even more reliable and valuable on our system. We've done this change in this mix on the right-hand side over the last 18 to 20 years. We've made changes to our fleet mix, and we've been able to achieve more than 60% reduction in our carbon emissions at the same time. Okay, so the last piece I want to focus on from a regulatory standpoint is we've talked about our plan and our integrated resource plan that we take before the commission. What follows an integrated resource plan is a rate case. The rate case includes a few different things. It includes the order from the commission on how we're going to invest in our system. It also includes our costs to operate our system, our fuel costs, commodity costs, et cetera. And what it is a request from the company to the commission on how our costs get recovered across our customers. And so rates that we charge are defined by the commission out of this 3-year rate case cycle. Hope you all saw, but importantly, this year on our 3-year cycle, Georgia Power proposed and the commission ordered a 3-year rate freeze, at least through 2028. That freezes base rates for all of our customers. The one additional order from the commission is that we will make a filing in 2026 to address storm costs, as all of us and our fellow citizens recovered from Hurricane Helene throughout the state. Those costs will be considered and filed at the commission next year. This is, I want to say I've looked around. I am unaware of another utility in any other market or a commission in any other state that has ordered a rate freeze such as what we've done and been able to achieve with a Public Service Commission here in Georgia. That's significant for our customers. And it's done at a time where I've just overviewed that we are not stopping investment to enable the state to grow and reliability of our customers' product to remain high. So I do want to talk about price. We hear a lot about price. You hear a lot about price of our product. What I wanted to show here is the top line is the rate of inflation over the last 15 or so years. The bottom line are Georgia Power's average rates over that same time period. And as you see over that time period, our rates have remained below the rate of inflation. We acknowledge that our rates have increased as the price of commodities, materials, fuels have increased over the last several years. Yet we were able to maintain those prices below the rate of inflation. And importantly, since 1990, Georgia Power's rates have been on average 15% below the national average from a rate standpoint. And so this focus here, I wanted to show you some facts. This is from the Energy Information Administration on the price, similar source to what Dr. Gaddy used here, but focused on Georgia Power rates alone. Reliability, safety, and price and affordability of our product are paramount to us. I want to underscore again that we're proud that we were able to work with the commission to freeze our rates over the next 3 years and importantly, to not stop investing to be able to grow the state and serve our customers. Final couple of slides here. What I've just discussed is you see some of these articles nationwide about rate increases and rate prices, reliability as well. And so some of these articles show two things. There's a focus on large data centers driving up demand for electricity and thus driving up costs for electricity in some markets. And then separately, as Dr. Gaddy said, there's data center demand, but there's also electrification of the economy, increasing the demand for electricity. Those two things, as illustrated here, in other markets, are creating price increases for customers. In deregulated markets, the cost of generation and the increase in those costs of generation, regardless of who's causing the need for those costs, must be spread to all customers by the nature of those deregulated markets. That is not the case in Georgia. And so the last topic that I want to focus on is why we are different in Georgia, why the actions that the Public Service Commission have taken and ordered Georgia Power to conduct are protecting other customers and allowing and enabling us to do things like this rate freeze that just occurred this summer. So last December, we made a request to the Public Service Commission to make some changes to our rules and regulations. Our rules and regulations dictate method of service to residential customers, but also include our rates and various other requirements for customers when they interconnect to our grid for safety reasons. These changes sought to give us additional tools to allow us to look at large customers that have electricity demand greater than 100 megawatts, to put additional protections in place such that those costs are paid by those customers. And in fact, the final order from the commission in January and then again in April direct the company to say that no costs caused by large customers shall be borne by residential customers, with emphasis there. And so these rules and regulations and changes allow us to ensure that these large customers are paying for the costs that they are causing on our system, and they're not being shifted to other customers or existing customers. This is just a quick summary of those requirements. I know there's been a lot of discussion on it. I wanted to maybe give you a bit more information than you want. But this is how we're ensuring that those customers are paying the costs and they're not being shifted. We have longer term contract requirements. The investments are large for a large electric load customer. We want to ensure that we have more time to recover those costs than a shorter 1, 3, or 5 year contract. So 15 years is the minimum. We can go longer. We've had some customers request to go longer as well. Rate eligibility, there is one rate that these customers can go on. It is a competitive rate, but the important part of that rate is it has a fixed amount that does not change downward, that ensures appropriate recovery of the costs that these customers are causing. Related is a minimum bill. So regardless of the price of electricity, if electricity is cheaper in the future and that customer's bill goes down, or if the customer is not using the amount of electricity that we invested for, it cannot drop below this minimum bill. This minimum bill is put in place to ensure that at minimum, we're recovering the costs that we invested to serve that customer. The rate, the contract, the minimum bill is overseen by the commission on each one of these customers, and they approve that, yes, in fact, we are covering the costs there. And the last two, we understand that businesses sometimes change their plans or unfortunate events happen to businesses. We don't wish that. We'd like to serve our customers for a long, long time. But should things change, we have some protections for other customers in these contracts that should a customer terminate, they're going to pay us a termination payment to cover the costs that we've invested on their behalf. And should something, credit-wise go on with the company, we have some collateral to ensure that other customers are not left to cover those costs. So that's it. All that together allows us to keep affordability in mind. I've shared with you some ways that we are focused on that with precision through our rate freeze, that we're ensuring large customers are covering their costs, existing customers are protected, all while strengthening the grid and ensuring that we can be prepared to serve Georgia's successful future. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have questions? Representative Drenner.
Right off the bat. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Chairman. So many questions, right? First of all, I am just a little bit confused, and I'm hoping that you can clear this up for me, because Dr. Gaddy said that battery energy sources, storage systems are not a generation resource.
That's right.
He called it a consuming resource, but on your slide, you have this listed as part of your projected growth.
That's right.
Can you explain that to me?
Certainly. He's right. Those batteries need charging from the grid, or one of two ways. They either get charged from the grid at lower load times. We will charge that battery and have it sit on the ready for a peak demand period, or the solar facility that it's attached to can charge that battery. Again, sitting on the system ready for a peak customer demand or a cold winter morning when the solar's not there. We turn those batteries on, and that energy from that battery hits the system, and it is a source of energy during that period. But they do need charging, and so he's right. They are energy consumers at some point. The value on the system is that we choose when to charge them, and then we can choose when to discharge them for the best value for the customer.
Is this included in your projected usage numbers?
And how we plan to generate electricity?
Yes.
It is. And so the total system is planned to be able to ensure that we can charge those batteries for when they are needed. That's why there is a practical limit of how many batteries you could have, because you don't want to be generating just to charge the batteries all the time. So a balanced approach, diversified approach is the best way.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, two more questions, if that's okay. So on your second slide on investing in transmission for reliability, of course, there's been a lot of news lately about the infrastructure expansion. I'm just curious, can you explain to me how the infrastructure costs are going to be paid for? Who's going to pay for these transmission lines?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So investments on transmission or generation systems to serve large customers, as we wrapped up on, those investments will be paid for by those large customers. And the way we've defined these contracts ensures that their share of this load growth, I referenced this 8,200 megawatts, about 80% of that is driven by these large loads. And so the appropriate costs that follow that percentage will follow with those large loads. Our other customers, organic growth, community growth in residential customers, or local commercial or industrial businesses will pay for growth in that sector, will pay for the remainder amount.
So if the customers don't come, who pays then? If the growth doesn't materialize, who's going to pay for the transmission lines?
Yeah. So the way we operate our planning cycles is that they are dynamic. And so while we can turn on, as I talked about, turning on our investments very quickly and talking to the commission about needing to invest, we can also slow that down if we see drops in the forecast or demand signals diminishing. And so we would control that and throttle that based on the demand of our customers and what we're seeing in real time.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Mr. Chairman. So over the last 3 years, we've had 6 rate increases. And I know that you've put a freeze on this until 2028. Just hypothetically, as more data centers, come to Georgia, what can our consumers expect after 2028?
Part of the reason for the rate freeze, I rattled off a few things that have enabled that. Good energy policy from this body and the Public Service Commission, good regulatory environment that allows flexibility and planning, and importantly, growth. If you think about growth and how it impacts the utility, we have fixed costs that must be recovered over a finite amount of customers. As those customers grow, those fixed costs, as each customer sees it, can decrease. And so part of the growth, whether it's a data center, large industrial, other community growth, helps us be able to manage those costs and have positive impacts. And as we've talked about it, downward pressure on rates potentially as these large customers, but as the state grows and our customer base grows as well.
Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be fair to say that solar, wind, and batteries displace rather than replace your baseload power?
Displace at times?
That's correct, yeah.
Correct. That's right. You got to follow up.
So as that is displaced over, say during a day during peak demand, does the operating cost of a base load system, does that operating cost reduce by an equal amount that is displaced by your solar, wind, or battery systems?
It's a really good question. So we make the investments in the assets; those won't change. But our operating costs, the fuel, the operating and maintenance expenses get displaced. So when we operate our system, it's the fleet of generating assets from nuclear to gas to coal to combustion turbines. We have some wind, solar, and that averages out our price per kilowatt hour. If one asset generates more, it drags down that price if it has a cheaper price, as in that given hour. And so that's the value of those assets, renewable assets, is that when they're operating, we can back down on some of the base load based on the price and the economics of how we dispatch our fleet.
Okay, Representative Stetson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Drenner asked one of my questions, but I noticed that, thank you for your presentation. I am a customer of Georgia Power. You get plenty of my money every month. But I noticed that you referenced the Territorial Act in your presentation. Was that just for information purposes, or did you have a concern about the act?
No, ma'am. It's just to talk about our energy market structure here in Georgia, from how we are obligated by law to plan to how we're regulated. And for all of us utilities, electric utilities, the Territorial Act is important. And I think it's important to Georgia because of it defines our service territories. It makes us be efficient. We're not duplicating resources or building on top of each other. And then it makes us compete, which is good for consumers.
Ready. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask just a couple of questions, and then we have one last question after me. I'm assuming it'll be last. We'll open it up for any more. But on your slide where you discuss the requested certification from Georgia Power for additional capacity sources, it says new resources and power purchase agreements. If I do the math based on the battery storage systems, the battery plus solar, and the combined cycle units, that leaves about 2,850 megawatts. Is that, I'm assuming, off system purchases?
It would be. Some are in Georgia, but it would be us buying from a third party who has a power plant that produces electricity.
Okay. And then the the last question I have, a couple of slides later, Georgia Power's energy and capacity mix, the two rings you have there.
Yes.
On the right-hand side, you've got a gold ring
Yeah.
at 5% that has no label.
That's right. What that represents are renewable kilowatt hours that are generated where someone has purchased the renewable credit from it. And so we're by law, we're not allowed to represent that as a renewable resource because someone has claimed the environmental attributes related to that. And so we must show it differently. But its origin is from a renewable resource.
Gotcha. Okay. On this, and just a follow-up to that, on this energy mix, I don't see purchase power on here. Is that just because of the scale, or just that it was left off because it's not part of the capacity mix?
It's not. We've shown our ownership portion here.
Okay.
A lot of our purchase power, we do have some wind purchase power. We buy all of our renewables. Most of our 90%, 95% of our renewables are through purchase power agreements. And then natural gas would make up the remainder of that. Our total system peak is around 16,500 megawatts from a capacity point of view. If you include that reserve margin on top, including PPAs, it's around 21,500 megawatts.
Okay. And I'm going to recognize now Chairman Jones, and then we'll go to Chairman Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, real quick on the RECs, you bring up a pretty interesting thing. On the RECs, generally speaking, how large is the portfolio? How much revenue do you guys take down every year on that? And then who is your typical customer? I don't need the exact name, but generally speaking, the typical customer.
So commercial and industrial customers will purchase the RECs through programs. The total size of our renewable portfolio is just over 5,000 right now, on route to 8,000 megawatts. Any proceeds from sales of the RECs or participation from customers to enable or pay for those PPAs goes back to the fuel clause, and so it puts downward pressure or decreases the amount of fuel that we need to then go recover from.
So that's effectively the cycle of that cash. So you guys are generating the RECs. You guys basically bring that cash in, and then that is effectively a direct and, I want to say, co-investment into your fuel cost.
Offsets.
Is that, I mean, just generally speaking.
That's right.
And then last question is, and maybe I'm just having a hard time, I would have expected nuclear to be a higher percent of your portfolio in 25 than 24. Could you very quickly give us a thought on why it dropped by half?
So capacity on the left.
Yeah.
That's
capacity.
capacity.
Oh Lord, I didn't see the top. I apologize. I thought they were comparing 25 and 24 mix. Okay, thanks. No, we're good.
But to your question, what you will see if you looked at prior years of the energy mix on the right-hand side, you do see nuclear increase from about 17% there as you saw the reactors come on at Vogtle. This only includes about half a year of Vogtle Unit 4 as well. So we'll see the difference reflected next year.
Okay, sorry about that. I had a UGA moment.
Yeah. Well,
It's called.
Okay. Chairman Thomas.
Oh boy, that's hard to follow up on that, isn't it? I actually wanted to talk real quick about your 2025 Integrated Resource Plan IRP outcome slide, specifically the supply side strategy. I went back and compared when I saw 4,000 megawatts of new renewables versus investment in existing fleet, which I would assume means the thermal fleet based off of what I've seen in the slides. I'm seeing a ratio here of about 17% investment in the thermal fleet, but 42% in renewables. And then I went ahead and put Dr. Gaddy's slides back up for the Texas.
right.
And over the 20 years, they invested 24.4% in their thermal fleet and 38% in solar or renewables.
Right.
And that didn't end up well for them.
That's right.
And I'm a little curious, and I very much have full trust that we're doing the things we need to do. But the number wise, can you reassure me that we're not going down a bad path here that could lead?
Great question.
Yeah.
So when you think about the capacity value of a nuclear unit or a gas-fired unit, if it's 100 megawatts, we're going to give it 100 megawatts of capacity value because I can call on it and it will respond. Renewables, we don't treat that way because I can't call on it. The sun has to be out. In the winter, it has a lower capacity value, 10% or so. Then in the summer, that's maybe a 50% kind of range. And so what we do is discount the capacity value, which is what we're looking for from a reliability standpoint. Do I have assets that I can call on when I need them? We discount that down on renewables so that we're not overplanning or over dependent on a renewable resource that's not dispatchable, that I can't call on when I need it. So by us doing that in our planning is preventing, but your question is a very good question, is preventing us from going too long into a resource that I can't call on or can't control and can only benefit when it decides to produce energy for me. The one change that's represented up here that I think helps compensate for that is the addition of batteries to those renewable assets, because I take that capacity value very much up so that I can dispatch it if I have energy stored from it.
Right. I always kind of use this analogy of compressed air. You put it into a tank and it's there for when you need it. And
That's right.
Kind of helps wave out the fluctuation.
Great analogy.
So that was kind of one track that I've got, and that's more of a supply side question, was just more in general tracking to Dr. Gaddy. The second side is more of a demand side and planning question. During our hearings in the water subcommittee, we've talked a lot about the DRI process and how they use that process to kind of communicate. How are you all involved in resource planning when it comes to future demand? I know we've talked about the Office of Economic Development, but some of the things that came to light during the other subcommittee hearings is, a lot of these, well, we're going to use data centers, even though I keep telling everybody this is not a data center centric committee. But the committee, a lot of local communities, local governments are the ones that approve these facilities. And I'm not sure that they're talking to you and then talking to the local. I'm just very curious because I think in order to plan, you have to know what you have coming at you. Right. And I'm curious how you know what you have coming at you so you know what these numbers are.
Yeah, thank you for that. So that gets into how we forecast that demand, right? Back up at where we start. And so we have two aspects of our forecast process. One is we look at historic growth of how each of us operate at home, how our communities operate. That's really over history has been tied to GDP. And as GDP grows, we expect electricity demand to grow there at the same time. That's one component for these large customers, whether it's data center or somebody else. We work very closely with the Department of Economic Development, but also each one of these customers make requests for electricity. It's one of the first things they do before they even talk land to say, is electricity even available before I go commit large sums, for development. We maintain a customer queue or requests from customers. Right now, it's in the upper 50 gigawatts, 50,000-ish megawatts of customers requesting, hey, I'd like to have service from Georgia Power at some point. In no way are we planning to serve 50,000 megawatts. That would be imprudent. And so what our forecasting process does is it risk adjusts that forecast so that we're planning to the proper amount, not more, not less. Than we need. So as a customer picks up a flyer at the Economic Development Department and says, I might be interested in Georgia, we track them. We're not planning on them. We know their size. We know the date range of when they'd like to show up, but we're not yet planning for them or asking the Public Service Commission to approve anything related to them. As they acquire land or get zoning, or select an energy provider. Remember, they get a one-time choice. We start to give more credence to the load that they plan to bring on the system. All the way up through the highest level of confidence we have is when they select us as an energy provider and sign a contract. So by doing that, if you take those 50,000 megawatts and you look at each project, there's varying levels of confidence that we have in them. That produces our forecast such that it's not 50 that we're planning for, we're planning for 8.
You drilled down on something and
Okay.
take it a little bit farther.
Sure.
So you talked a little bit about tracking in the zoning process.
Right.
How are you all managing to do that with as many counties and cities as we have, and how many different groups are being? I find that fascinating because nobody's been able to give me an answer on that one yet. So,
two things. So, we've for 100+ years had a community and economic development department in Georgia Power that works closely with Georgia's economic development department. We track those things. What's the status of community zoning or ordinances and that sort of thing. The most important thing we do is we talk to our customers every day. And so we have some requirements before we will go study or request or invest significant work for that customer. You have to meet some standards of, show me that you can produce your project on the time frame so that we can go invest resources and appropriately manage those resources. We require the customer to provide an affidavit that they've met some of these requirements. And so that's how we're tracking them as they go through. That combined with, what's going on in the community and us tracking that, we're able to have really good track of what each and every one of these customers are doing and the status of their projects.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, this is my last question. I think this is all based off of the consumer or that large load user coming to you directly. I mean, what's to stop them from going to, an EMC instead and just not coming to talk to you at all? I mean, how do you account for those?
That's up to that EMC to plan on their system.
Okay.
And so
Right. That answers my question.
thus the beauty of the Territorial Act, and that we're not planning and the EMC is planning. Both of us have processes, and I hope you'll hear that from, our partners that will follow me.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, recognize Chairman Parsons.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
You had referenced during your presentation regarding data centers, the cost of the infrastructure to the data center, and also the length of the contract.
Right.
Whether somebody could pull out. But of course, I was at a conference last week, and of course, data centers came up, and those two issues came up. Those two talking about those with presenters. And it's my own fault for not having done my homework. But I said, when I was supposed to be asking a question, I was saying something like I usually do. But I said, well, our Public Service Commission in Georgia has addressed that because they now require the data center to pay for the infrastructure, and they require that a contract be for a certain period of time, maybe 5 years or something like that. And of course, I said this based on what I thought, and I hadn't gone back and actually read, and I was told, no, that's not true. That what the PSC did in Georgia would just allow Georgia Power to do that. So I guess, and I think that is an issue that in this subcommittee, we probably need to make sure we're right about. I need to make sure I know what I'm talking about, but what is it? Did the PSC say, address those things and say, these things are required, or did they? And I don't know why they would have to allow you to do those things. Well, or did they just allow Georgia Power to have the leeway to address those things? I hope my question makes sense.
No, I follow perfectly. So two things. One, I'll reflect back to the commission order that close to quoting here. I'm not going to get every word. When they approved the revisions to the rules and regulations, they ordered Georgia Power not to pass the costs associated with large load customers to residential customers. Period.
Right.
No leeway in
Right.
that. Right. The way we're doing that is through the tools that I talked about in the rules and regulations. And so as we learn more, we may need to change those rules and regulations. But to add on, additional options or leverage, not only are we requiring in the rates and through the term of the contract that they're paying for these costs. What I didn't mention is that there's large on-site investment in a substation and
Right.
things like that. We're requiring them to pay that upfront. Zero risk that that cost gets shared with any other customer.
Okay, if I may, then just so, and I appreciate Georgia Power doing that, but you're doing that in response to the requirement that you can't pass extra cost on to the residential customers. I mean, you're doing that as a response, not as a requirement that the PSC put upon Georgia Power.
No, the order carries the full force of the law in that we can't do that. And if we did, I would expect the commission to talk to Georgia Power about disallowing recovery of those costs that are associated with those large customers.
So regarding that infrastructure that goes to the data center, in that order by Georgia Power, it says you can't pass that cost on, any of that cost on to the residents. That is what the order says.
That's right.
Okay, then I was told wrong at the meeting I went to. Okay, but I want to make sure I clear that up. I don't know if anybody on the committee had any questions about that or not, but I just want to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Chairman. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Sorry, too many names floating around up here. We're about to break for lunch, but I'm going to take a little bit of chairman's privilege here. We have had a request come through. Later in the meeting, we're going to have public comments after the final two presenters, but we have had someone who has an obligation this afternoon asked to be allowed to speak for just a couple of minutes to the committee. So I believe the name I have is Diana Bearder. If you might just come to the podium real quick and proceed.
Hopefully the phone will work. Okay. I'm a terrible public speaker. I absolutely hate
You're
it.
welcome to close that computer
Oh,
screen
okay.
down there so you can see us a little better if that helps. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, real quickly, my background is I'm a retired public health nurse and I worked for the state of Georgia for 34 years. Because I don't like to speak in public, I created a recording of what I wanted to say. It's very brief and hopefully the technology will work.
Fayette County, we're just 25 minutes south of here. I'd like to invite you to come see firsthand what's happening in my community. The 615-acre QTS Fayetteville Data Factory, along with Georgia Power's Ashley Park Substation and miles of 230 kV transmission lines, is being built not in a remote industrial zone, but inside residential neighborhoods. You've all heard that server farms are super users of electricity. But what's missing from the conversation is how those decisions play out on the ground. Families living under high voltage poles, homeowners watching their property values plummet, taxpayers footing the bill for infrastructure that primarily serves billion-dollar corporations. The saying a picture is worth 1,000 words is inadequate here. No photo can prepare you for the reality of standing on a quiet street and seeing industrial-scale infrastructure towering over your home. It feels less like progress and more like communities being sacrificed for private profit. That's why I'm asking you not to consider your research complete until you've seen it with your own eyes. I would be honored to host you in Fayette County. Shakira has my contact information. Please come witness what your constituents are experiencing. Thank you for listening and for taking both the economic and human costs of these projects seriously.
All righty. Raise your hand if you think that was a real person. No. That was AI. That was actually a combination of Chat GPT and Music GPT. And I think you'll agree that a human sounds a lot better. Not me at the moment, but people who do voiceovers are much better than this.
And I wanted to play this for you because we need to remember the context for everything that you're talking about. This is what we're building all these transmission lines and substations for. This is what we are deforesting our neighborhoods for. And when I say I invite you down just 25 minutes from here to Fayette County, it's because you truly need to see the impact that is happening to people who have raised their children and lived their lives thinking they were going to be in their forever homes. And the forever homes wouldn't have Georgia Power come in, destroy their trees, and install the giant industrial poles right in their yards. So anyway, I'm serious. Shakira does have my information, and I appreciate all that the committee is researching. I really do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Beer. Before you leave, if you will, 1 second, one of our committee members does have a question or comment for you, please.
Okay.
Chairman Werkheiser.
More comments than questions. This committee did go down to, we didn't go to Fayetteville, we went with Douglas. So we did go visit Google. So we have seen them firsthand. A little ironic that you used AI to the
No,
very
this
thing
is,
that you
this
don't
is
want.
not anti-AI, and this is not anti-data center. It's about putting these things in properly sited areas that are industrial, as opposed to right in the middle of neighborhoods.
Okay. I'm assuming there was a process with because from a conservative standpoint, we believe that in government at the lowest level, closest to the people. So those decisions were made by city councils and county governments. Was there a process that folks like you got to participate and voice your concerns
No,
before they were permitted? Okay.
no. In
So it's a
fact, they
little
deny
unusual.
permitting.
Okay.
I have been through GORA. I've spoken with the building department, planning and zoning, you name it. I've been researching this for 3.5 years.
Okay.
And the answers that we get as citizens when we found out that there might be this project coming, QTS, 9 out of 10 times the response we got to our questions was, we're not at liberty to discuss that. It's very frustrating because all these projects are kept completely opaque. So even when the public tries to get answers from their local officials, they don't.
I get that. I hear your frustration. Thank you.
Chairman Thomas?
I'm going to ask you a quick question. I'm sorry. You're going to come up and speak. You open yourself up.
I was loud.
I want to reiterate, those people that you're talking about that told you they're not allowed to disclose any of that information to you, who are they?
The Development Authority.
The Development Authority.
The Fayette County Development Authority.
Did you contact any of your elected officials?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. We put out flyers
Okay.
to neighbors that might be impacted. We did everything we could at the time. And remember, this was 3.5 years ago. So this was before the data factories. I'm going to call them what they are. Before the data factories were a big thing on the south side. So we're kind of like the guinea pig is how we feel we've been treated.
Okay. So did you contact your state representative at all about that issue?
Did not, but some other people did.
Do you know who your state representative is?
That is Derek Jackson, I believe.
Derek Jackson. Okay. Well, I guess where I'm going with this is you have elected people that are local in your community, and
Yes.
you should make sure that you're working close with them, because ultimately
trust me.
they're the ones that approve the zoning.
Well, they deny that.
What they,
There's a lot of passing the buck going on, but I'm not going to stand here and be told this is somehow the citizens' responsibility.
I understand what you're saying with that, but what I'd also say is you have elected officials in the area, and if they're not doing what you want, you always have the opportunity to run against them. I mean, that's the beauty of democracy. If you don't feel like you're being represented, and that's the reason why we do support local control.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm a retired nurse, running for office that's not my lane.
And I can understand that, but I do want you to understand that there's elected people that represent you that have the opportunity that you should talk to about this. And if you're not getting what you want, then obviously there's a democratic process that addresses that.
Okay.
But I just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And committee, we're going to stand at recess for lunch. We're going to try to get back and get started back at 1 o'clock. Committee members, we do have lunch provided next door in 6:05. One of the things we failed to do when we started the meeting or prior to the meeting was put a sign-up sheet for public speakers out. So we're going to place a sign-up sheet put on this front table right up here, the front testimony table. If anyone who would like to address at the end of the meeting, please sign up and we'll proceed from there. So we're in recess. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started back. As you can see, I carry a lot of weight and authority saying we were going to start promptly at 1 o'clock, and half my committee's not here. So we'll get started. Shay, if you'd like, if y'all go ahead and let me turn your mic on, introduce yourselves, and let's go.
Good.
Fantastic. Chairman Anderson and members of the Special Committee on Resource Management's Energy Subcommittee, appreciate the opportunity to present to you today and share good news, the great news about what Georgia Electric Membership Cooperatives are doing across our state. And I was really inspired by what I heard right before lunch, and I spent all of my lunch hour attempting to put all of my remarks into ChatGPT so they could all be spoken to you. But I realized that my Auburn education prevents me from even being able to spell AI. So please forgive me. So a little humor there, not much. Hey, my name is Jeremy Nelms. I am president and CEO of Flint Energies. Flint is one of the 41 electric membership cooperatives. We're headquartered in Reynolds, Georgia. We serve nearly 100,000 meters across 17 counties from the Alabama state line to Robins Air Force Base and the Ocmulgee River. And I am here today testifying on behalf of our statewide association, Georgia EMC. You know, Georgia EMC represents all of Georgia's 41 electric cooperatives, Oglethorpe Power, Georgia Transmission, and Georgia System Operations. So I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes or so talking about something that we often take for granted, and that is Georgia's electric system, which safely delivers reliable and affordable power to homes and businesses across our state, and how the EMCs play such a critical role in that. And I am joined today by my good friend, Shay Ross Smith from Oglethorpe Power, who will share with the committee what Oglethorpe is doing to keep Georgia EMCs supplied with energy. So some of you may be asking, who exactly are the EMCs? And I want to just put this map up on the screen for you because if you go to Auburn like I did, you know that pictures are a lot better than words. And I know it's right after lunch, and I'm not going to give you a history lesson, but I do have an 8th grader and a 5th grader, so we'll have a little bit of a history lesson. You may or may not know, but the origin story of all the EMCs right here in the state of Georgia, right down the road in Warm Springs, actually just outside the Flint territory. Those were all established roughly about 90 years ago as part of the Rural Electrification Act. And over this past 90 years, 41 EMCs have been formed across the state. And all of those EMCs are member-owned, so we are owned by those we serve. We are led by member-elected boards of directors, a true democracy, I'll say. Like Flint, I have 9 board members. We are not-for-profit. In total, we serve roughly 5 million Georgians and cover 3/4 of the landmass of the state, including 157 parts of 157 of 159 counties. And I think it's important to note that EMCs on average obviously we serve a very rural area, and on average we serve less than 11 meters per mile. When you compare that to some of our municipal or investor-owned utility friends, that's about a third. So the graphic that I have up there shows how the electric cooperative industry is structured in our state. And from the top left corner, you'll see that it starts with, obviously it starts with what we sell. Power generation, that is largely handled by Oglethorpe, which Ms. Shea will cover here shortly. Those include the renewables that are through Green Power EMC. If you've driven up and down I-75 just south of Perry, Houston Solar there in the Flint territory is one of those Green Power EMC resources. That's actually the first utility to sell renewable energy in the state. And that electric generation is then transmitted via Georgia Transmission to 38 of the 41 distribution EMCs. You may ask yourself, 48 and 31, that sounds like some Auburn math. I get that. 3 of the EMCs that receive generation and transmission are actually covered by the Tennessee Valley Authority. I used to be the CEO for one of those as well, Blue Ridge Mountain EMC up in Young Harris. TVA is a whole different discussion. We won't get into it here. Georgia System Operations monitors and controls the generation and transmission for the EMCs. And then Georgia's 41 EMCs distribute the power to the 5 million Georgians who are spread across our entire state. And then finally, in the lower left-hand corner, is Georgia EMC, our statewide trade association, who represents all participants in the electric cooperative industry in Georgia. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Shay here so she can cover a few things about what all the great things we're doing at Oglethorpe.
Thank you, Jeremy. Again, my name is Shay Ross Smith. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Oglethorpe Power, and I've got a couple slides to talk with you guys about, just to talk about our generation. Oglethorpe owns more than $16 billion worth of assets in Georgia. We have 16 generation facilities, and this is a diverse portfolio. We have pumped hydroelectric, we have natural gas, nuclear, and coal. Last year, we generated more than 31 million megawatt hours of power in Georgia, and that is almost equivalent to powering 2.2 million households. And I like to talk about how we're the largest co-op generator in the country. This chart that you guys see shows the power generation for our 38 Georgia EMC members. So just like Jeremy was saying, we provide power to 38 of the 41 EMCs here in the state. Almost 70% of the power supply to those 38 EMCs comes from Oglethorpe Power. You can see that also Green Power EMC, which I know Jeremy spoke about as well earlier, and other renewable sources make up almost 8% of that pie chart. And those renewable sources are from our partner, again, Green Power EMC, or could be a direct contract from the EMC with a renewable resource, which in Georgia is usually solar. 20% of Georgia EMC energy comes from supplemental contracts, so that's the large gray chunk that you see at the top. The 2025 pie chart that you guys see estimates capacity, which is the maximum output of electricity a generator can produce. Of course, we don't run our assets at 100% all of the time. So the 2024 graph shows the energy Oglethorpe Power dispatched last year based off of cost, efficiency, and availability. I think it's really important to note in this slide that nuclear and natural gas are Oglethorpe Power's baseload generation resources. If you look at these charts, it seems like in 2025, again, this is capacity, there's a significantly larger capacity than what was actually used in 2024. Part of that is due to natural gas not only being baseload, but also a peaking resource for us at Oglethorpe. This is a map of all of our assets in the state of Georgia, and as everyone in this room knows, Georgia continues to grow, and we are grateful to the governor's office, we're grateful to the legislature for creating an environment, a business environment and climate for this growth. But with this growth, we are also experiencing a rapid increase in electricity demand. Last year, we announced our plans to build 2 new natural gas projects in Georgia. One of those projects is in Monroe County. It's a combined cycle plant that will generate about 1,400 megawatts of reliable energy for our members. The other plant is in Talbot County. We are building a new 240 megawatt combustion turbine unit, which will be the 7th unit in an already existing 6th unit facility, and that is Talbot Energy Facility. These assets will bring over $3 billion worth of investment to these Georgia communities. They will create new jobs and have ongoing tax revenues for these counties. Last but certainly not least, and I really like this slide, it shows our all of the above approach to our energy portfolio. You can see that just 20 years ago, we relied heavily, over half of our energy production was coal. And I know we've talked a lot about coal today. And in 2025, that number has gone down to less than 10% of our estimated production this year will be coal. You can also see that renewables have come onto this pie graph, whereas in 2005, they were non-existent. In 2025, I believe it's almost 6% of the energy that we'll produce is through, Green Power EMC through their PPAs with solar facilities will have, our members will have access to that 6% renewable energy resource this year. I do want to note that although utilization of coal has gone down significantly, and we see that between those charts, This is still a vital resource to us at Oglethorpe Power through Plant Share. And we have talked a lot about winter peaks and how coal is a very reliable resource during the winter. We saw that during Winter Storm Elliott in 2022, where the EMCs experienced their highest all-time peak demand. And with assets like Plant Share, we were able to meet that demand without having to go through any type of rolling blackout or rolling brownout for our members. I'm going to pass it back to Jeremy, and I'm happy to answer questions at the end of this presentation.
Right, fantastic. Thank you, Shay. So let's talk a little bit about our transmission network. As way of background on Georgia Transmission, it is our not-for-profit transmission cooperative owned by 38 EMCs, including Flint. The GTC plans, builds, and maintains transmission assets for their member EMCs and the citizens in Georgia. That includes 5,400 miles of transmission line and 780 distribution substations. In total, they have over $4 billion in total assets. And as Georgia grows, so does GTC. They're in the midst of a transmission build out that will occur over the next 10 years. And by the end, GTC's assets are projected to more than double to over $8 billion. Just give me another picture up there. I know that's odd. No, that's not a road map. That is a map of all the transmission assets. So that's the integrated transmission system across the state. We'll say just because it's hard to see a legend up there, but the red is everything that is owned by GTC. Blue is the parts of the transmission system that are owned by others. Another key advantage in Georgia over our neighboring states is that integrated electric transmission system. Really simply put, the transmission system transports the electrons produced at the power generating facilities, such as those at Plant Vogel or Plant Share, like Shay mentioned, and they distribute that to the distribution system, which then deliver that electricity to that end user. Distinct parts of that 18,000 miles of the ITS are owned by the three major electric utilities, those being Georgia Power, Georgia Transmission, obviously, and then MEAG, who you'll hear from in a bit. Plus, Dalton Utilities owns a small portion. The ITS is jointly planned and operated. So instead of having multiple grids like many states, we only have one. We have one that eliminates redundancy and increases efficiency, which saves Georgians money. Each provider can use the other's assets to get power from one point to another. The ITS is also the key asset that facilitates customer choice. It is key to enabling the large load exception to the Territorial Act, as any electric provider can take service out of any ITS substation to serve a customer in lieu of building expensive, redundant facilities. So one of the keys to success for EMCs in our long-range planning, which is enabled by the Georgia market structure, one of the keys to success for EMCs is our long-range planning, which is enabled by the Georgia market structure. The federal government, or RUS, the Rural Utility Services, which is a division under the United States Department of Agriculture, requires Oglethorpe to collect individual load forecasts from each of its EMC members on an annual basis. Each member submits a 10-year demand forecast to OPC to create an official load forecast. And this forecast is used to estimate the summer and winter peak demands, which helps determine the total generation and transmission needs, including the development of our operating reserve requirements. And I think it's really important to note, especially I can say this specifically about Flint, that we do not inflate that forecast. Our forecast does not include any of the large speculative power loads like you've heard spoken about today. And I think it's important to note that as you begin your work on this committee, it's important to put a few things into perspective. Here in Georgia, we are extremely fortunate to live in a growing and dynamic state where its citizens have abundant economic opportunities. This is partly due to our effective and efficient electric market. You don't have to take my word for it. You simply have to look at the facts. Georgians pay the 11th lowest power rates in the nation. And because of our time-proven market structure, we also have one of the most resilient and reliable grids in the nation. Reliability has been spoken about a lot today, and I think we all saw it. I know I saw it. I remember sitting there at Christmas Eve with Winter Storm Elliott, everybody was kind of wringing their hands, but it was important. We kept the lights on, and while our neighboring utilities around us did not. So very challenging Christmas Eve. So you say, well, that sounds great. Well, what do EMC members think about Georgia EMCs? Because you talk about average rates, low rates. If we talk about reliable service, but are your members happy? And I think the answer, at least to me, is clearly yes. It is widely acknowledged that the best objective ways of gauging consumer sentiment are via JD Power rankings and our ACSI index scores. As you can see on the left, JD Power ranks all electric cooperatives with over 100,000 customers once a year for overall customer satisfaction. In 2024, 6 of the top 10 ranked electric cooperatives nationally are Georgia co-ops. That's quite a testament to the work that Georgia EMCs have done over the years to satisfy their members. And on your right, you'll see the national ACSI rankings. Consumers around the nation have higher customer satisfaction with electric cooperatives than any other form of electric provider. I'm proud to say that Flint's ACSI score ranges anywhere from 83 to 86, so I feel pretty good about that. And the bottom line is Georgians and the members that are served by the EMCs across the state of Georgia are quite satisfied with their EMCs. So finally, as I wrap up, if you review the mission statement for Georgia's 41 electric cooperatives, you will see a similar theme. They're all dedicated to the mission of safely delivering reliable and affordable electricity to their members. That's why we were founded nearly 90 years ago, and we are still true to that core mission today. Thank you for your time, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, Representative Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's more of just a comment. I just wanted to say hello to Jeremy. You all heard me mention all the communities in House District 150, and Flint Energies is a great partner in House District 150. And so we thank you for being here. Thank you to Sarah, and thank all of you for being here. But just wanted to give that shout out to Flint Energies for being such a great partner in the Taylor County community. Reynolds, which is the home of the Georgia Strawberry Festival. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Nice to see a familiar face.
Any other questions on the part of the committee? I've got a couple of questions if I can. You mentioned in the long-term planning that that your official load forecast does not include speculative loads, that sort of thing that we've heard some about a lot of discussion about recently. When something happens like that, or a prospect comes up like that, how is that dealt with? If it's not considered in your, and you know, if it's a one-off, it can't be really considered in your load forecast years in advance. You may not know about it. How is that generally handled by the local EMCs, by OPC, as far as helping to provide the power for let's just say a load that may equal or exceed the existing connected load of the membership cooperative now?
It's a great question, Chairman Anderson, and I think I'll speak at least from Flint's perspective, and then I'll turn it over to Shay so she can maybe touch on it from OPC's perspective. So fair point. You know, we don't want to overinflate our official load forecast. If one of those were to materialize, if some type of load like that were to materialize, typically there is a ramp schedule that would be, you can't just turn. I mean, I'm having conversations with some of these large loads. They're coming to us, and Flint is a 610 megawatt system. It took us 90 years to get to 610 megawatts. Some conversations about, hey, there's a big piece of land over here in Peach County. How about a gigawatt there? I mean, it's just, it'll floor you a little bit to have those kind of conversations. Yeah, two things I say to them are, well, those electrons don't exist yet, so those have to be essentially invented through some means, right? Through a purchase power agreement or through some type of new baseload generation that's got to be created. That will take time. So none of this is going to get turned on in the first 6 months, first 3 months. It's going to take literally years. We're talking early 2030s. So I think I don't know where that exactly falls into OPC's planning horizon, but I would think a 4 to 5 year heads up on something large like that would give us plenty of time. Yeah, maybe not for new generation, but some type of purchase power agreement. So I think that's where I am from a distribution cooperative. Now Shay may say, no, dummy, there's a way to go, but that's just, I haven't been approached. I haven't faced that yet because we just don't have it. We hadn't had it at Flint yet, but I know it's coming.
Well, I'm not going to say no, dummy. I'm going to echo a lot of what Jeremy has said. So that's exactly right. The EMCs come to us and say that, we're maybe bringing on a large load, or we're experiencing growth in our areas that's residential. And so from that projection, then we are having internal conversations on how to meet those needs. It is our desire at Oglethorpe to provide as much power to our members as possible. Again, we're 70%, almost 70%. Providing power to the EMCs currently. And so we want to continue in that upward trajectory for our members. And so we're having those conversations with them as they're having those conversations with these potential customers. I will just lean in yet again that natural gas has been the most reliable and cost-efficient source for us to build new generation and acquire generation in the state of Georgia.
And I'll just ask a kind of a somewhat related follow-up question. We talked a lot today about generation and generation mix and different technologies and that sort of thing. You had mentioned here in your presentation a large transmission build-out planned over the next 10 years. I know a lot of our transmission system, particularly the 115 kV system in the state, is stressed to the limits close to it seasonally now. Is this new construction? Is some of this possibly upgrades, maybe going 115s to 230s? I mean, tell us a little bit about what those that build out plan is.
Great question, sir. Again, not a representative for GTC, but I'll touch on the GTC projects that are in the Flint territory. Right now, they're going through the process it's called the Dresden to Talbot County 500 kV upgrade. And I believe that's upgrading an existing 230 corridor there to 500. Essentially, it's been a long-term project that has been planned for many years. We just got to get. We have lots of constraints that we're facing. Got to get all that generation that is in Middle and South Georgia. We've got to get it up to the load centers, which means a lot of it's got to come up here to Atlanta. And just like McDonough, as I was coming up here today on I-75, there was some challenges, and same thing can happen to our transmission systems when there's a lot of load on our system and we've got to get the power. So that 500 kV system will certainly do that.
Okay, that's all I had. And I know that section from McDonough to 285 has been under construction for about 20 years. So hopefully you're better than that.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next, we'll ask our friends from MEAG and Electric Cities if they'll come up, and you're welcome to sit at the table, Paul, whatever y'all works best for y'all. And turn the microphone over to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and committee members. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here with you to talk a little bit about MEAG Power, about the service that municipal utilities serve to their customers around the state of Georgia. Just give you a little background. I'm Paul Warfel. I'm the Vice President of Participant and External Affairs for MEAG Power, MEAG Power being the Municipal Electric Authority of Georgia. And with me here is Mark Elliott with Electric Cities of Georgia, or ECG.
Hey, good morning or afternoon. Thank you for having me.
I will say that I have learned to take back roads whenever I'd get close to McDonough, or, if I'm coming back from the coast, I will just bypass it entirely and shoot up to I-20. It's the worst stretch in Georgia, it seems. But Chairman, as you mentioned at the beginning of this hearing, you all are attempting to paint the lines, with all the challenges that we see coming down the pipe. We appreciate that guidance and your interest in helping create an industry environment that promotes growth and promotes benefits to Georgians. And so we appreciate all the efforts in that regard. Did we lose the video? I do this.
No, we're gonna see if we can get that back. So give us just a second here.
All right. Well, you want me to continue? Just go ahead and proceed, or wait a second?
Yeah. I'd say go ahead. Members of the committee have a copy of your presentation, so we'll hopefully get this back up here in a little bit.
All right. Well, just to give a little bit of history and perspective on the characteristics of municipal electric service. MEAG Power, we're celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. That's a big deal for us. We just celebrated that at our annual meeting last month. But 50 years is really just a short time period when it comes to the service that these cities have been providing to their communities. They've been in the business really since late 1800s, early 1900s. When other large cities were being provided electric power, from investors, all those conveniences, all that money was going to where folks could make money. And the smaller cities were being neglected in that regard. And of course, these cities and their leaders, they wanted those same benefits for their customers and for their residents, for their family and neighbors. So the cities back during that time, they said, yes, we need the safety that comes along with having street lighting. We need the convenience that goes along with, possibly having streetcar service. And so they got into the business. They took the initiative, took the lead to provide their communities with something that could only at that point in time be provided in large cities. So the history goes back quite a ways. It was typically provided from just a local generator that was there in town, either a little hydro generator or a diesel type generator. You see on your slides just a few pictures from those early days from Albany, Georgia, Lawrenceville, and Noonan. I think the point is, these cities, their leaders, took this into their own hands, and as their communities grew, they had an extra tool that they had created. And so, as there was more application for electric in households, for commercial application, these cities were well positioned to make sure their communities had what they needed to prosper. And that extended as they grew. It became an economic development tool. And through the decades, that economic development tool has become more and more critical, especially as we've had explosive growth through the decades. But back in the early days, as the system grew, they outgrew their local generators. They saw the need to connect to a grid, which at that point was just being developed with central generating stations, large generating stations that were efficient in connecting to the grid. And that moves us on to the next slide, which really gets into when MEAG Power was created. In the 1970s, the times were uncertain. We had an energy crisis going on. There was a lot of growth going on in Georgia. And it really created a situation and a circumstance where the cities in Georgia who provided power to their communities, they were being provided wholesale power at that point in time from Georgia Power. And there was uncertainty in terms of what the future was going to be in terms of the future wholesale power supply. And so just like with the EMCs, I think they were going through the same thing. The cities, they said, well, we need to create certainty. We can't just hope that the power is going to be there. So they petitioned the state to create an entity to serve their interests and their interest only. And that's why MEAG Power was created by the General Assembly in 1975. You can see there, I have a reference to the code section. If anybody feels like they want to go in and get into the nitty gritty of MEAG and the act that created us, But we're not for profit public corporation and instrumentality of the state of Georgia. We have a very clear purpose, and that purpose revolves around reliability and providing an economical source of power. Everything we do is centered around those two things, reliability and economics. Participants, our 49 communities, are comprised of 48 cities and 1 county. We're governed by a 9-member board. It's a volunteer board, which is comprised of residents of our communities who are elected by our member communities. So in terms of PSC regulation, we're not subject to PSC regulation because we are regulated very closely by our member communities through this elected board. Sure if this is working anything at this point, but so on the following slide, you can see a representation of our 49 members. Once again, 48 cities and 1 county, the 1 county being Crisp County. As you look over these counties, one thing that you will see about them is a great deal of diversity. We've got a great number of rural communities. We've got suburban communities that have been experiencing high growth through the past couple decades. We have urban communities, and each one of these has varied needs that MEAG has to be responsive to when it comes to their electric systems. There are also larger communities. Some of the larger communities in Georgia are represented here: Marietta, Albany, Griffin, Covington, LaGrange, Noonan, to name a few, but also some of the smallest communities in Georgia, all the way down to the town of Brinson, which has a couple of hundred residents and a couple of square miles that they serve. But despite their size, they are all invested in providing their community with the best service, with great reliability, and low cost power. So moving on to the next slide. You'll see our, as you've seen with the other power providers, you see our capacity on the left and our 2024 delivered energy on the right. And so you can see we have a very balanced, diverse capacity mix. Whenever it comes to nuclear, we're predominantly nuclear. That is where we kind of stand apart from our other partner power providers in the state. We are more reliant, more, like I said, predominantly nuclear. And then you can see how that balances with the natural gas, coal, and hydro. The hydro, to be noted, that is not a MEAG resource. That is a resource from the federal government, the Southeastern Power Administration. And that Southeastern Power Administration, it's a federal agency located in one of our member communities, Elberton, Georgia. The thing I did want to point out and really stress is, Georgia Power, Oglethorpe, MEAG, as well as the city of Dalton, we co-own these nuclear and coal assets. We work very closely together. We're partners whenever it comes to generation and also transmission. And of course, whenever it gets down to the retail distribution, and also because of the Territorial Act and customer choice, of course, that's where it gets a little competitive. But on the generation and transmission front, we're very much collaborative and work together to make sure we have a great energy system for our citizens. But the nuclear, as I stated, we own 22.7% of Vogtle. That's units 1 through 4. We own 17% of Plant Hatch, also nuclear, down in Baxley, Georgia, and 30% of the coal units at Plant Share, units 1 and 2 at Plant Share. And then for the natural gas, we have 100% ownership of our natural gas generation. So at the capacity, which is what we're looking at so far, that is what the potential is for the steel on the ground that can be generated at any one point in time. If they were all running all out at one point in time, that's what the split would be. But whenever you look at how they operate over time, in this case, a full year period of 2024, you can see how they actually operated over time and what percentage of the energy they produce for our portfolio. And of course, because nuclear runs at 90+% capacity factor, you can see it's 56% of our energy portfolio in 2024. And then even though coal's 21% of our capacity, well, it's only 5% of our energy because it doesn't run that often. Coal is a little more expensive to run than natural gas. And you'll also notice that we have market purchases. We take advantage of market opportunities. Whenever it's more expensive to generate power from natural gas or coal, we can back those down and buy more efficiently and more cost effectively out of the market. So that's what that reflects there. But like Shay with Oglethorpe, I want to stress the fact that that coal resource, even though it's not providing a whole lot of energy for the MEAG portfolio, the fact that it's on our system, has fuel on the ground, always ready to go. Even natural gas, it's a baseload resource. It runs, it can run all the time, but it is reliant on a pipeline that sometimes that can be interrupted. With a coal plant, you have that fuel on the ground there at all times. You usually have, 30-day, at least a 30-day fuel stockpile sitting on the ground. That's a very valuable asset to have, especially whenever you're looking at extreme weather, just times of uncertainty and extreme stress on the system. It's a very important resource for our system. We want to get a bit into our IRP process. Obviously, that's a kind of an important point in the discussion today. Whenever we're looking at a high amount of growth, we go through an IRP. We do a formal IRP every 3 years. Report that to our board. Put together a plan for the next 20 years. We're going to be doing our next one next year. And obviously that's going to be very interesting because, how do you model all this potential growth from data centers? And so I think the way we're going to approach that is by doing scenarios. And so we'll have just a base load, natural growth, normal growth scenario, and probably have a couple different options in terms of potential data centers. One thing to keep in mind is each one of our cities kind of stands on its own as far as power goes. They tell us, whenever we do a new project, they tell us how much that project they want, and they get a particular allocation of each one of our projects. So they have a certain number of megawatts they get from MEAG power that they're responsible for, and that's what they use to serve their load. But one of our cities, maybe average, maybe a 20 megawatt city, could be a 50 megawatt city. And just like we've been talking about, one of these data centers, 500 megawatts, so, we're talking a huge exposure. There's a lot of potential gain. Each one of our communities decides independently whether or not it makes sense for them to entertain data centers in their community. But if they are interested, we support them however we can. And the one thing that we stress is risk mitigation. We do everything we can to mitigate risk, because that is really the number one driver here, is to make sure that you're not exposing your community and your other customers to cost and exposure. Yeah. So I know we've talked about the ITS, integrated transmission system. The only thing I'll add to the mix, is just to stress how unique our ITS is amongst states. There's no one else who has a system quite like what we do, where yes, MEAG Power owns certain lines, GTC owns certain lines, Georgia Power owns certain lines, but they're all built and integrated together. They're maintained jointly. They're planned jointly. It really works to the benefit of all Georgians to provide a reliable, efficient system to provide power. And we were really the envy of the folks, my peers around the country that I talk to. I mean, they're just very envious about, first of all, that we don't have an RTO, but second, that it's such a functional model that we have here in Georgia. But I want to also stress the fact that we are vertically integrated. What you've been hearing about in other states, Texas, the other RTO markets where there's so many problems. Here in Georgia, we should be proud of the fact that we have a responsibility to our customers that starts at the generator, goes through the transmission lines to the substation, and all the way to the customer's meter. All along the way, we have that responsibility to the customer to make sure powers are always there and it's economical. And so that's a very important aspect of what we have here in Georgia, and should be proud of it. So before I pass it on to Mark here, I just want to, just pictorially show kind of where MEAG Power operates, what our area of responsibility is. We do generate and transmit power. once again, through our nuclear, natural gas, coal, and the hydro resources from SEPA, we transmit it over the ITS, get it to the substation in our member communities, and then our member communities take over the service with their crews and local folks to deliver that power to their customers. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Mark.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, I'm Mark Elliott with Electric Cities of Georgia. I'm an industrial project manager, and I'm going to walk you guys through ECG and what we do. So ECG is a 52-member organization. It's an instrumentality of these cities and counties, and it helps provide operational efficiency, financial excellence, and economic prosperity. And that's through a number of our services that we provide, everything from tree trimming and pole inspections to community and economic development services to engineering. ECG really operates as the association for these communities, but it also helps provide critical resources that are sometimes too expensive for cities to maintain on their own. And we're part of the public power infrastructure here in the country. There are 2,000 public power utilities throughout the country. They serve 54 million people. That's 15% of the customers. But it's also a huge employer. 96,000 people are employed by public power communities throughout the country. Here in the state of Georgia, the cities and the counties own their own electrical distribution system and serve 350,000 customers. It's everything from industrial to residential to commercial. And we help facilitate those conversations as well through our economic and community development services. They are self-regulated by the cities and counties and the utility commissions themselves. So there's direct oversight there from the people that are most impacted. And ECG member cities also file their rates with the Public Service Commission just to make sure that they're kind of staying in line with everybody else and help make Georgia such a competitive place to do business. The Territory Act, which was in 1975, created 52 municipal territories. These territories help cover these cities and make sure that everybody's being served there. But it also touches on that 900 kW customer choice load. We've talked about that a lot already, but it's been super competitive for Georgia and has really helped us stick out among some of our other neighboring states. The benefits of that are the assigned territories. They help you recoup those investments that these cities are making. Like Paul said, they are on the hook for the electricity that they buy. So they need to have some way to kind of bring that cash back. And then the obligation to serve helps make sure nobody's being missed on their electrical service. And then the joint owning of assets, I think, is really important because it really allows our state to kind of plan for the future a lot better than some other states are. That's what I have for you guys today. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer.
Okay, any questions on the part of the committee? Okay. Thomas?
Yeah, once you go through your IRP process and kind of figure out what it is, what you estimate for demand load, do you communicate that along to the PSC, or is there anybody else, or is that just kind of stay internal to the MEAG community?
Yeah, no, that is really an internal document. We report it to our board. We also, because as I mentioned, each one of our member communities kind of stands on its own in terms of having different pieces of MEAG Power's generation portfolio. We had to do 49 separate IRPs essentially for each one of our members. And so that's just a very interactive, very collaborative communication process with our communities.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that is because Georgia Power has this number that they come up with, and then the EMCs have this number they come up with, and now we're just trying to figure out how do you get to a final number. If I was just to just say, hey, how much more power do we need to produce? And there's a lot of different bodies that seem.
Well, I think I think that's where it comes back to kind of running a couple of different scenarios, because you really don't know, and especially like I said, our entire system, the MEAG power system, is about 2,300 megawatts. So that's our 49 members added up. How you get kind of lost my train of thought there, but.
Oh, it's easy to do. This is really, I've been working on this for a couple of months now, and it can be head scratching sometimes. Well, maybe we phrase the question a little differently. Maybe that'll help.
Please.
I guess what the committee's trying to get to is we're trying to just determine, again, what's the next 20-year outlook on this, and how do we make sure that all of these parties, because there's a lot of different groups, and even outside just the energy sector, there's a lot of different groups that are involved in economic development and making sure that we have adequate resources for everyone going into the future, and how do all these speak to one another?
Yeah, I mean, I think as was mentioned earlier, I think by Georgia Power, you have you get a certain number of inquiries that come in, and you can't go by the number of inquiries that come in. I mean, if we were doing that, we would triple our size. Yeah, I mean, so that's certainly not a reasonable scenario to be running. Yeah, so you have to determine which of those are more serious. I mean, you're not doing the speculative ones. One thing that we do is, we have to do a transmission study. Anytime that someone's looking at a particular site, we have to run a transmission study, and we make sure all those that are requesting transmission studies are serious. And so we ask for that payment up front to run that transmission study. So we'll get a degree of interest, solid interest, kind of up front. But that being said, until there's a signed contract, even with the signed contract, you're still several years out from being able to provide power to put in the infrastructure. If it requires generation, you're talking several years before the infrastructure is going to be ready. So you have that time to plan as you have a signed contract.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask one more quick question. My last one. I think because so much is pooled, you have a lot of pooled resources with the EMCs and Georgia Power. That's the reason why I keep getting down to these questions of how does everybody communicate? Because it is a pooled resources outside. I see that you're 100% generate your own natural gas, derived energy. So we're trying to determine how.
I do think that, like, as I mentioned on the transmission side, it is a very collaborative process where you have joint committee after joint committee that meet regularly to talk about what's coming on the system, what's being planned, what's coming down the pipeline, what needs to be reserved here and reserved there. So we're not duplicating, not committing more than one project to a line that can't handle more than one project.
And thank you. That kind of got to how many times has the same project been counted? And that's especially when we're dealing with Territorial Act, where they can kind of shop around to different. And so it's just this has been a very fascinating, eye-opening experience.
Yeah, there's very regular meetings that take place amongst our transmission groups to make sure that it's all being planned very prudently.
Thank you. That's a helpful answer. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions on the part of the committee? See none, but I do have just a question or two related to kind of what Chairman Thomas was alluding to and going to there. When you have large load users that are looking in your area, of course, we've referred to the customer choice scenario. Anything over 900 kW connected has a choice, a one-time lifetime choice of providers. And we've had this discussion, Paul, a time or two recently about the fact that there may be scenarios when it's just not in the best interest of one of your members. Would you kind of walk us through the decision process about how those kind of projects are evaluated? If it's something that's 3 times the connected load of the current city, kind of what are the considerations that are taken into consideration in that decision?
Well, I mean, I think, whenever you have that situation, we actually do have several of our cities that do serve loads that are much greater than their kind of native load population. It's not new. We've had a couple of those situations for decades. Like I said, we do focus, we're a conservative organization, we're a governmental entity that's, governed by our communities, and we do lean very conservative. Risk mitigation is extremely important to us, as I mentioned earlier. So we're always pointing out to our communities the things to look out for, things to be mindful of. Especially whenever you're dealing with some of these hyperscalers, I think the devil's going to be in the details. You got to have someone who's really managing your contract, having that come together. We don't tell the cities what to do. the cities make their own decisions. They're autonomous. Their city councils decide what's important to their communities. And if they decide that they are going to go after a data center load, then we're going to support them. And we're going to do everything on our end to help mitigate that. And one of the things that could be an approach is, even though you have one city that is serving a customer, you could have a group of cities behind them helping with the obligation.
Okay, just one last question I have is, and this is kind of might get over into the ECG side. From some of the discussions I've had with some of your people, I know that y'all act as a resource in a lot of cases for cities, and kind of going to the other end of the service spectrum, looking at local distribution systems and how up to date, that sort of thing, those are. Is that something that y'all get involved with your member cities?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a large part of what ECG does, is working with the engineering teams and the utilities that are in those cities to make sure that they're planning not just for 5 days from now, but for 5 years, 10 years from now. So it's really taking a holistic approach and looking at what's going to be best for those communities long term and where they need to kind of invest those resources.
Okay, anything else on the part of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, we have completed our agenda of presenters for the committee today. We do have, we did post a sign-up sheet. We had one person sign up, Mr. Mark Woodall with the Sierra Club.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mark Woodall. I'm the legislative chair of the Sierra Club, the nation's oldest and largest environmental group. And we are big supporters of clean energy. We appreciate Speaker Burns and you folks picking up this ball. It was sort of dropped in the veto of House Bill 1192, the 2-year tax pause for the tax credits for the tax breaks for the data centers. That had a big study commission included, but so we're happy to see you guys are moving forward after that little hold up. But it's this invasion of data centers that are killing all our progress to clean energy in Georgia. As you heard, Georgia Power is running 2 old coal plants that we still got left, Sharer and Bowen. We heard they were uneconomic, but all of a sudden they're economic. One of the PPAs is for an old coal plant in Mississippi. So our data centers are being run off of coal out of Plant Daniel in Mississippi, and they're not too happy about it over there. As you heard Aaron Mitchell speaking, they're asking for a massive certification, around 10,000 megawatts, which is a huge chunk of the existing system. The cost is estimated to be $15 billion. So Chairman Parsons had the good question this morning, who's going to pay? We don't read that. PSC rule that they passed is improvement over what we had, and we understand Georgia Power is getting more money up front. Aaron Mitchell will explain those 5 things they're doing, but we don't read it the way they read it. So we think the consumers need to be protected from that $15 billion, that it's these data centers that need to pay. As you heard from the lady from Fayetteville, we've got people getting their land condemned all over Georgia, and it's going to get worse for both power lines and more natural gas lines. And I know Chairman Werkheiser was talking about what the elected officials were doing, but I'm headed down to LaGrange. The LaGrange Development Authority signed an MOU, $8 billion bond sale, gave away almost $200 million in property taxes. We don't know who it is. I mean, they hadn't disclosed who it is. And it was already zoned industrial. The Department of Community Affairs paused the reporting, the DRI reports. So we don't know what it is. But, I mean, City Council didn't have to rezone. So elected officials were kind of shut out of that deal. So I really don't know how you're going to plan with over 1,000 development authorities around the state of Georgia who can get around the gratuities clause and give away all this tax money. So y'all got a big job. Good luck and appreciate it.
Thank you. And Mr. Woodall, if you'll hold on one second, Chairman Werkheiser.
Just want to correct one statement. You said on the DRI study, they paused that. That came from a headline from the AJC that was erroneously reported because these data centers are not included in their purview, but they are under right now when you go through the APA rule change, there's a public comment period. That's the period they are in now, so that going forward, those data centers will be included. But you got to remember, 10 years ago, nobody knew what a data center was. So they didn't put a pause. You can't put a pause on something that doesn't belong to you. So it was just, the headline was just wrong. I don't know how, I can't say that politely, but they are considering a rule change so that they are in the future.
Well, that's a great point, and they're taking public comment through next Friday.
Correct.
There's a hearing at the DCA on Tuesday. So, well, there's no debate about them being huge water and electricity users. So I
That's
think I
correct.
heard, I didn't make it down to Moultrie, but I think there were some comments. I believe you made that comment about it'd be good to plan for these things. So we look forward to having that information out there soon.
Okay, we just have a couple more questions or comments here. Chairman Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to have another point of clarification. This committee wasn't created. It had nothing to do with the tax credits bill that passed a couple years ago. This was actually an independent created committee by the Speaker's office. We identify we have a lot coming into the state, and we want to be proactive about it. But the two had nothing to do with one another.
The point part of that bill, that 1192, was a study commission on data center planning. So you guys are picking up the planning part of it.
That may have been part of that bill, but I'm just telling you that this committee hasn't anything to do with that whatsoever.
Well, we're happy somebody's doing it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to dig into. So thank you.
Okay, Chairman Jones. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Representative Cannon.
Thank you. Just when you say clean energy, define clean for us. When we say clean I suppose you're referring to solar or wind or batteries. What's the clean part of it?
Well, that's been defined a lot of different ways in the 50 states. I mean, the Sierra Club was started in 1892, mainly to protect national parks, Yosemite, started in California by John Muir. And then 20 years ago, we got to worrying all the parks were going to be adversely affected by climate change. So 20 years ago, the board voted to make stopping catastrophic climate change the top deal, our top priority. So to do that, you got to decarbonize the grid. So, well, we can argue a lot about how great nukes are and how much they cost, but nuclear is, except for the mining, non-carbon. So solar plus the batteries is now going to make it a lot better. And wind, as you heard, Georgia Power actually got PPAs for, I think, Oklahoma wind. That stuff's dirt cheap. So that kind of.
As I understand it, I think it requires carbon to mine the
uranium.
silicon,
Yeah.
requires carbon to transport the silicon from the mine to the processing plant, requires carbon to take it from the processing plant to the shipping yard, requires carbon to ship it from wherever country it comes from into the United States, requires more carbon to get it from the offloading dock to where it's going to, requires carbon to clean the field where the solar panels are going, requires carbon to install the solar panels. I mean, there's a carbon footprint from start to finish on every single solar wind project there is. So I'm wondering what the offset is of clean for solar or wind when you're describing it as clean.
Free fuel, fossil-free fuel for 25 or 30 years. So I think if you look at the life cycle of any of those, you'll see not zero, but less fossil fuel involved. I mean, when you dig up uranium, that's a pretty good bit of fossil fuel load too.
Gotcha.
Okay, Representative Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you shared was very interesting to me. And if you don't mind, can you repeat what you said about LaGrange? What happened in LaGrange?
Well, and this brings up a good point about the differences in the data center proposals we're seeing. I mean, we got, I guess they call them the Magnificent Seven, the Amazon, Google, Meta, doing these data centers. But now we got all these speculators jumping in. So in LaGrange, there was this guy that owns a bunch of land outside LaGrange that wanted to see about a data center. Didn't tell anybody in LaGrange, the city council, the mayor. And so they refused to, the city council refused to annex that land. But at the same time, the development authority was negotiating with, we've heard it's Google, we don't know who it is. I mean, they're under NDA. So they approved the bond $8 billion bond. We've heard it's 400 megawatts. They got an $8 million fee to the Development Authority. And it's one of those deals, what do they call it? Payment in lieu of taxes. I mean, we got tax commissioners all over the state that are upset about how much property tax is being given away by these development authorities. I mean, anybody that can breathe apparently can get 50% off on their property taxes. That's a little exaggeration. But anyway, so now they are going forward with this. They hadn't announced who it is, but they're moving. They got bulldozers running wide open down there in LaGrange in the industrial park. So.
Okay. Just wanted to know, because I asked a question earlier about data centers and recognize the communities in my district. And I just want to be prepared as I have conversations with my local officials about these data centers and other projects. So thank you for sharing.
Well, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the part of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else who didn't have an opportunity to sign up that may have walked in that would like to address the committee briefly? Seeing none, before we adjourn, I just wanted to announce we've kind of tentatively set October 6th as our next meeting. We'll be putting that out as a formal notification very soon, and along with a location and an agenda. So look forward for that to come out within the next few days or week or so. And with that, we stand adjourned. Thank you.